that there is going to be a women's Elimination Chamber match. So that news breaking earlier today. Obviously, a lot of excitement around that. There's also a mystery entrant. We might get it announced before we actually get to the show, but it's definitely got people talking. And actually, Asuka is trending as a result, because I think a lot of people are expecting Asuka to potentially be that mystery person, that final person. So, yes, we are up and running with another Raw, and we do have, as we said, quite a bit to go through. We've got quite a bit to look forward to as well. We've got, obviously, no adverts if you're in America for the first hour. So the first hour of the show is commercial-free, which I think is a massive, exciting bit of news, because the commercials very much get in the way and kind of stop the momentum of the show sometimes. It is on Sci-Fi, so it is worth just banging that drum a little bit that we are on Sci-Fi. I fully expect every 5 minutes someone to say that they can't find the show. Where's the show? Is Raw not on tonight? Why can't they see Raw? It's because in America it is on Sci-Fi tonight. I don't know why. I'm sure you guys will be able to help out as to why. I don't have visibility as to why. I don't know if it's the Winter Olympics or some kind of sport that's got in the way, but they are on Sci-Fi. But the big news is that, okay, they're on Sci-Fi. I'll be interested to see what that does with the ratings, but it is going to be commercial free, as we said. So that's a headline. We've also got Riddle against Seth. So we've got that on the show. I'm not too fussed about that, to be honest. But Riddle against Seth. We've got Lita on the show as well. So we've got Lita to look forward to. As well as Lita, we've got the Quiz Bowl. I know many of you out there are going to be very excited for RK Bro Alpha Academy in the Quiz Bowl. Dream match. So this is the third and final, thankfully, final challenge that we're going to see between RK Bro and Alpha Academy. So we don't need to put up with any more of these segments after this. So we've got that, and then also we're sure to hear another WWE shop commercial from Alexa Bliss. I'm expecting her this week to maybe try and sell us maybe the WWE waffle maker, maybe maybe some belts, maybe she's got a range of t-shirts that she would like to try and promote during the show, which, you know, I'm not against her doing that. I just would like something else for her character, rather than just literally trying to shill Lily dolls. But each to their own. And obviously she could be coming back very soon. And I wonder actually if she could potentially be that final person in Elimination Chamber. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see how tonight goes. But yeah, I am expecting another one of those Alexa segments. So yeah, I think that's all that's been announced. There might have been the odd other thing, which, to be honest, because I've spent pretty much the day in bed due to our marathon streams, then I might have missed it. I am just in the process of just sending the tweet out, and then I will just have a little look and see if there's anything that's been missed. But as we said, the headline probably is that we're over on Sci-Fi tonight, and also the headline is going to be that it is commercial free, and that we've got that Elimination Chamber match. I heard there was some real backstage heat between Brock and Shane over the Rumble, says Rob. I heard that as well, to be honest, buds. And I think that it's quite an interesting story, because, like, it seems like Shane has booked himself to have a very strong Rumble. And apparently a lot of people, including Vince, didn't appreciate that. Certainly Brock didn't appreciate it. And kind of, I think many superstars let their feelings be known. Apparently one of the other things I heard that went wrong was that the order that people came out was mixed up. And apparently Here Comes the Money was played. and that was actually when Randy Orton was meant to come out. And reportedly, Randy Orton turned around to Shane and said, "I'm not going out to your music, so you'd better get out there." And that's apparently something that happened. I don't know how true this is, but lots of wacky stories coming out from the fallout of the Royal Rumble. Apparently, as well, I read that WWE are aware that it was boring. WWE apparently are aware that the men's Rumble was boring. So it's not just us being like critical. I mean, we criticize a lot, and we're, very honest in how we feel about things. But I think it's very interesting that on this occasion, WWE have seemingly gone, yep, sucked. Yeah, that thing that you weren't too keen on, yeah, sucked. We'll hold our hands up and say that was boring. So apparently they are very aware of it. So, look, you've got to take that. If they do something that you find boring, the only thing you can ask is that they do turn around after and go, yeah, that sucked. We won't do that again. So apparently they want to make up for it next year. So next year's Rumble. Oh, it's going to be off the charts. So, apparently they do want to, as we said, make up for it. I think WWE must be okay with boring at this point. Honestly, Slim Jim, I'm starting to wonder if WWE are aiming for boring at this point after the past couple of years we've had. But, joking aside, it has been the pandemic. It has been a very, very difficult time. They have had quite a few things thrown at them. So, you always have to counterbalance it with that. So, it is what it is. We'll see how tonight goes. Normally, to be honest, with Raw, I feel like I always tend to get something out of it. I know a lot of people have always said, like, well, if you just hate the show so much and you don't get anything from it, then why watch? But the truth is, I genuinely think I do get something from these shows. So, like, there'll be a good promo, there'll be a good segment, there'll be a good match. There'll be something along those lines. There'll be something of some sort of significance. Certainly, you see it, a lot of people when they miss it, like, never missed anything. Because they do a great job of making you feel like, well, anything can happen. Because tonight, anything could happen. Tonight could be amazing. We could get, like, loads of surprises. There could be loads of great matches, mouth-watering matches that have got some real consequence. So, we'll see. We'll see what we get. It's kind of nice for me at the moment, to be honest, because I'm watching a lot of Winter Olympics. And a big shout out to anyone that's been joining us for those streams. They're actually over on the Football Days channel. So we've done 3 days of Winter Olympics. We actually did a 12-hour stream yesterday on Winter Olympics. And as soon as Raw finishes, we will jump over to the Winter Olympics again. But what's really nice about it is because I'm watching a lot of Winter Olympics, I've now got a real desire, a hunger, probably more than usual, to get into some wrestling and watch some wrestling. Because, when you watch wrestling, like, sometimes you can just want a different flavor. And I've watched a lot of winter sports, let me tell you. We've covered a lot. We've done over, like, I don't know, about 24 hours, maybe even more, I'm not sure, of winter stuff, Winter Olympics over the past 3 days. So we've done a lot. We've done a lot of Winter Olympics, and there's a hell of a lot more to come. So, I'm kind of down for seeing some wrestling tonight. So I'm going into this positive. I'm going into this excited. I'm going into this hopeful. I'm going into this intrigued. I suppose in a way I'm a bit disappointed that they did announce Elimination Chamber just on social media. I don't really understand. Why wouldn't you save that as a big announcement? Like, you could have opened the show with Adam Pearce in the ring and we would have been like, oh, what's this? Do you know what I mean? Like, that could have been a really good open to the show, announcing that everyone's excited for Elimination Chamber. But what people don't understand or realize is there will be a second. And like, that could have been like a really good little announcement, because it would have... I've been asked, do you think they'll do a women one? And my answer was, I'm not so sure, to be honest, because I think they would have announced it by now. Because it's been a little while since we've known about, like, the men's. And, like, the women's now has just seemingly come out of nowhere. So I wasn't sure we were going to get one, but We are, and it's quite exciting, isn't it? Wrestle with Andy said, there's betting odds already for Money in the Bank. I just got 17-1 on Liv Morgan. That's good. 17-1 on Liv Morgan is good. You know, that's quite tempting. I can see worth putting something down on that. You don't need to go big on it. You know, put down like $10, £10. If it wins, you'd get 180 back, including what you put down. I mean, that's not bad at all, is it? She's got a great chance. I don't see much for her this side of WrestleMania, and the concern would be that after WrestleMania, if they put her in a tag team or something, but I don't think they will. I did wonder if they might put her with Sarah Logan, but we haven't seen Sarah Logan like last week, so I'm starting to think maybe Sarah Logan's not coming back. Perhaps that was just a one-off Royal Rumble thing, which, I mean, Sarah Logan, it feels like you could bring her back. It doesn't feel like completely out the realms of realism to think that they might bring Sarah Logan back for a little run with Liv Morgan and do a little like Riot Squad thing. The only problem is there's obviously no Ruby Soho, Ruby Riot. So if you were to put them two together and, you know, do a bit about the Riot Squad, would then people start thinking about, oh, where's the third member? And, oh, she just happens to be in AEW. So, I don't know. I don't think they're going to do anything, are they? Hasib said, I don't know why, but for some reason, RK Bro breakup is written all over this show. Interested to see Stephen Riddle in the ring after the controversy. It's going to be great if given enough time, says Harley. Daniel said, only just joined, so don't know if it has already been asked. But have you seen the Kurt Zuma controversy? He is the next player in trouble now. I have not seen that controversy, no. What is the Kurt Zuma controversy? Good player, Kurt Zuma. Plays for West Ham, doesn't he? And, West Ham ace filmed kicking and slapping his pet cat. West Ham defender apologises after a video emerges of him kicking his pet cat. Wow. I don't know how bad it is. I mean, it sounds bad, doesn't it? Zuma issued a grovelling apology and said it was an isolated incident. Wow, that ain't going to go down. It says Zuma captured kicking a cat in horrifying footage as West Ham condemned star. Horrible. No, I've just seen that for the first time. I haven't seen the footage or anything, so I don't know how bad it is. I'm hoping it's not bad because you don't want to think of animals being mistreated. But Shane said, who would you pick as the mystery entrant if you could pick anyone? If I could pick anyone, I would pick Bull Nakano. I love Bull Nakano. I'd like her from back in the day when she was bigger, because now she's like lost a lot of weight and she's like, I called her an old lady, and that's really unfair because she's not. I think she's like 60 maybe. I don't know that 60 is like an old lady now. Maybe it is. I don't know. But yeah, I would go. She might not even be that. She might be in her 50s. I would go with Bull Nakano. I mean, like, she was an amazing wrestler. And when I was growing up, there wasn't much in the way of women's wrestling. So when I was growing up, it was just men. But you did get this little shining light of women's wrestling, and that was Alundra Blaze and Bull Nakano. So that was around about, like, 94, about 93-ish, 94 more so. And I loved them. They again, it was so refreshing to see something different. Where, like, you know, you see like men competing all the time, and then like here's the women, and you go, oh wow, okay. Like, it's just instantly something different, and I've just found it so interesting. And also, you know, it is very true. They had to be taken seriously and justify their place on the card. They had to be the best match. They had to be the best. They had to be better than the men. And that kind of desire to steal the show is kind of what I connected with Bull Nakano and with Alundra Blaze. It's kind of like very, very similar to what you see with Serena Deeb now. For me, Serena Deeb, whatever show she's on, she steals the show. I genuinely believe that she's the best in-ring competitor. Maybe outside of Danielson, but I mean, Deeb for me is right up there with Danielson. I think she's a fantastic wrestler. She is someone that, you know, can do great stories, great selling, loads of different, obviously, moves that she can utilize. And I'm just a big fan of her. And whenever she's on the show, she steals the show for me. And that's what women used to be. That's what women used to. Alundra Blaze used to have to steal the show. Bull Nakano used to have to steal the show. And that's what they did whenever I would go to a house show or something. The match that normally impressed me the most was the women. So I love Bull. I mean, I would say Alundra Blaze, but I mean, she's actually been in like a few. I think she was at Evolution, and I'm sure she was in a Rumble. So we've seen Alundra Blaze. I wouldn't mind her being in, but we've not seen Bull Nakano for, you know, years and years and years and years and years. So I'd take her. But I also don't mind the person it's rumored to be, or the person that Twitter hopes it'll be, and that is Asuka. Do you see The Rock introducing the teams at the Super Bowl? I only bring this up because he's making another SB special appearance this Sunday. I don't know, to be honest, bud, because I can't really give you that from an educated place. I don't know enough about like football or him appearing at SB on Sunday. Is that a precursor to who the host is going to be? I don't know. Like, if this was wrestling and something was happening, I'd be able to go, well, they've done that back in the day, so it could lead to this, or this could lead to this because it happened in, you know, 97 or whatever it is. But I don't know. I mean, my gut would be leaning towards no, just because they've done it before. Like, I remember, didn't he introduce them a few years ago? So because he introduced them a few years ago, would they go back to him doing it again? I mean, there's other people they could get. I mean, he did a great job, and he's still, you know, wildly popular. So, and he's still The Rock. So, you know, I can totally understand as to why. And it's in LA, so I could understand as to why. So he's probably in the running, but because he did it a couple of years ago, I think if I was the NFL, I'd be more tempted to try and get someone different now. Like, there's other stars in the world. But yeah, he's got to be in the running. On Wednesday, I'm getting the rest of the equipment I need for streaming, and then I will be starting my stream next week. Have fun. Jim says, the only two women that should be inducted in the Hall of Fame should be Chyna and Miss Elizabeth. Esteban said, I'm calling it now. AEW's surprise sign-in will be Cody re-signing and trolling the fans. I know you want Cody to have as much heat as possible. Yes. But technically, he's a free agent. If Tony teased this free agent his contract for signing would get if it was him. Cody being the free agent. I don't think it is. I don't think it's that. I'll tell you why. Because why would Tony Khan hype up that on Twitter just to get people to tune in to then be disappointed? Why would Tony... I could understand a heel doing that, but I think, for me, that's wrestling fans are really overthinking it. Because why would Tony Khan want to do that? Because Tony Khan wants to hype something and then deliver. Why would Tony Khan want to hype something and then screw over the fans? Imagine you're a fan, right? And you don't know whether to watch the show or not. And you see that, wow, there's a new sign-in that's going to be there. So you decide to watch it. And then it turns out that Cody has just re-signed. Like, if this was heel Eric Bischoff, then I'd be like, yeah, okay, it might be that. Because, you know, he's a heel. Tony Khan's not, well, whatever you think of him, right? His character is not a heel. His character is someone that is wanting to do the right thing for wrestling. He wants to, you know, give wrestling fans an alternative. He wants to give wrestling fans the promotion they deserve and all this kind of stuff. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever for him to hype up a sign-in and then have it be a swerve. It's just someone that's already on the thing. I think that's wrestling fans overthinking it. I genuinely, I mean, like, if you actually read his tweet, which I'm sure people have, but again, if you reread it, if you forgot, he says that he's going to slam the door behind him as well. So not only is this free agent going to come in, but he's going to slam the door behind him. The way Tony was talking was him saying he's going to slam that door means that door ain't going to get opened again, yeah? So the way that I took that tweet was that the person's going to walk through the door, which he's getting himself confused because, as has been pointed out by many people, if he's a free agent, then there is no forbidden door, right? The forbidden door is when you work with another company and the door is open and the superstars go between the companies. If someone's a free agent, there is no door. There's no forbidden door, right? There's nothing forbidden about signing someone that hasn't got a job, right? So the forbidden door term, he messed up. He got confused, right? He had a moment. But he's saying that this person, this free agent, is going to walk through the door and then slam it behind him. The slamming it behind him suggests that this person was wronged, and it suggests that they're going to not look back. That's what it says to me. It says they're walking through the door, they're slamming it behind them, and they're not looking back. Which is why, you start thinking about people that were in WWE, and you start thinking about people that were wronged. Who was wronged? Well, everyone that was released was wronged, but was there anyone that was released that was especially wronged? Was there anyone that deserved better than what they got? And, your head automatically starts thinking about Carrion, starts thinking about Keith. There was some people, I'm not going to name names, but there were some people that got released that never really did a great deal. Like, I'm sure they were great people and I'm sure they were great wrestlers, but, you kind of looked at some releases and it kind of made sense. There's some people that get cut and you go, they might have not made it anyway. But it still sucks. If they get given a contract, that contract should be honoured. But it does kind of feel like some people got cut and you go, okay, I get that. But I think we all looked at Keith and we were like, don't get that. I don't get that. I mean, in all fairness, it could be Wyndham. Who knows when his film is done? Because he was wronged, wasn't he? I mean, he was like one of the best merch sellers they had, one of the biggest stars. And he got cut because he had a falling out with Vince, is what it seems like. It seems like they were on creatively different paths. Well, this is Tony, in my mind, saying we're going to have someone debut. He's walking through the forbidden door, so it's his way of saying he's coming from a different company. So he's walking through the forbidden door. He's a free agent now, but he's walking through the forbidden door. He's not. Right, walking through the bin door, and he's going to slam it behind him. So again, it just that whole thing says to me, he's walking through a forbidden door. He's coming from a different company. He's slamming it behind him. He's been mistreated, and he's not going back. It could be. I mean, I know that a lot of people are saying Jeff Hardy. We were talking about that during the Winter Olympics stream, that his non-compete might not be up. I mean, we don't quite know what his contract looks like, in all fairness. I mean, wrestling is so it's wrestling now, like, we know people's contracts. People know like how when their release clauses are expiring, and like the level of detail that people know and the dirt sheets know is it's got to quite an uncomfortable level, I think. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, we've gone past now. The rumors are that for WrestleMania it's going to be this person versus this person. We've actually got to the point now where it's like contracts are being discussed, and in like people's intent. Like, we know what happened behind the scenes at the Royal Rumble, even though during the show nothing seemed to be wrong. We like now know all the details about like stuff was wrong, and now Shane's not around anymore, and like we also know about like contract clauses and all this kind of stuff. It's like, there's so many journalists now that are trying to get those scoops that there's just a wealth of information that's out there now. It's so in depth. You could like spend pretty much your whole day just like going through rumors and news, and I don't know. If I find it all a little bit, so we'll see who it is. But my list would be Keith, Lee, Carrion, but I don't know if Carrion's gone to anywhere else. But Keith, Karrion, Wyndham, maybe Jeff, but again, we don't know. We'll have to see what happens with his non-compete. Who do you think the last person in the women's chamber will be? I think it will be Ronda, as she's working a few Raws, or Asuka, Bayley, or Cameron, or Lacey Evans. I don't know, to be honest. I mean, it might even turn out. I don't think it'll be Ronda. I think she's pretty much going to be on. I think she's going to pretty much be on SmackDown. If she does the odd Raw, I don't know. I mean, would they put her in just to get her to Saudi? Could she turn around and say that she wants both titles? I don't know. That seems a bit too similar to the Brock story. Brock's doing that. So I don't know if I'd have Ronda do that as well. I think I would. I don't know what I'd have Ronda do. I think I'd largely have her just focused on SmackDown. Just build her and Charlotte, and then leave Becky free to build with whoever wins Elimination Chamber, which I'm guessing is going to be Bianca, because again, the rumor was that it was going to be Becky and Bianca. No, is it Becky Bianca? Becky Bianca. Yes, Becky Bianca. So I think it'll be Bianca, and then we get that match. So whoever it's going to be, I don't think wins. I think Bianca wins. So it might just be that they've left it clear so we have a qualifying match. I mean, honestly, we could sit here and go through a load of names, and then on the show it might just be flipping Queen Zelina versus whoever, Carmella, and the winner gets the qualify. Do you know what I mean? Like, it could just be that. So I'd love for it to be kept as a surprise, and then it turns out to be someone like Trish, or, you know, a great name, or a returning Bayley, or a returning Asuka. But it could just be a qualifying match that we watch tonight or something. How about Triple H after Vince ruined NXT? That would be huge. For what? Going to AEW? Never happen. Never happen. If it's not Cody, it's a funny option. Fightful reported today was that the talent are under the impression the favourite is Keith Lee. No confirmation on that from both talent and Fightful. Keith Lee makes sense. I mean, he's outside of his 90 days now, isn't he? So Keith Lee makes sense. Jeff Hardy, as we said, might still be under a no-compete. Karrion would be another interesting name. I'm surprised there's not more talk about Wyndham, to be honest. I mean, Wyndham is someone we've expected for a long, long time. I expected him back in November, and then we were told that he's doing a film. We're in February now, so it's been a couple of months. I mean, I don't know how long this film is going to take. I don't know how big of a film this is. Haven't seen any details on this film, but I don't know. He's got to be an option. I mean, I expect him to go to AEW. I'm not expecting him to go back to WWE. I'm expecting him to go to AEW. I'm expecting AEW to want to sign him. I suppose the thing is this show big enough to warrant him? It's a weird show to bring him on if it is, because you'd think they'd want him for a pay-per-view. You know, maybe they would want to save him for Revolution or something if they were going to bring him in around this time. So Revolution, I think, is about this time, isn't it? I don't think that's going to be too far away. So, I don't know, perhaps it's a weird show to bring in Wyndham. Perhaps you would want a pay-per-view for that, or something that had a bit more significance. If we don't get an actual door slammed shut, I'm going to be extremely let down, says Esterman. I do feel bad for Naomi. It seems that Ronda being on SmackDown has taken away her chances of winning the title. Yeah. I mean, she could be an opponent. I think there would be a great respect between Ronda and Naomi. So she absolutely could be a future opponent for Ronda. But yeah, I would also agree. I think that her chances are greatly reduced. But how exciting if they did have Naomi join the Bloodline, something that you lot have mentioned quite a few times. How exciting if she joined the Bloodline and then we end up getting Ronda Naomi, but like heel Naomi. Because, I mean, like, Ronda's surely going into her match with Charlotte as the face. I mean, she might not want to be. She's all in black. And I think she's got is it baddest written across her chest. And, you know, she tries to look moody, but she can't help but break out in a smile. I think that she, against Charlotte in particular, would go into that as the face. If she stays as a face afterwards, you could then, have a great excuse to do a heel Naomi against a face Ronda. And a heel Naomi surely joins the bloodline. So we'll wait and see. Jonathan Farvin, shout out to you, buddy. Appreciate the support. How's it going? We're doing well. We've got another long evening. We're going to be around for the next 10 hours. I think we're around for today. We need to do Raw. Then, of course, we're going to be doing Winter Olympics over on football days. We'll be doing that for around about 6 hours. We do need to end a bit earlier today. We need to end at 10 o'clock UK time. We actually went till 2 p.m. Earlier. So we can only go till 10 because there is a Man United game later. Don't forget, if you are playing the Fantasy Premier League game, you need to get your team sorted because we are back underway with Premier League action. And that is later, so we do have a Manchester United match to look forward to. So we've got that coming up. So, yeah, sadly we can't stick around as long tonight, but we'll still do a good 6 hours of Winter Olympic coverage. And obviously we've got Raw as well. So it's good, man. Yeah, I'm feeling really good. Why is it bad to eat a clock? Because it's time consuming, says Kojiko. That's good. I like that one. That's good. Planet Dan said, I would have Wyndham either join the House of Black or create a cult of Wyndham to go against them. That would be good. Harley said it's bad. He dropped the cat, kicked it like a football. A kid lifted the cat up and Zuma slapped the cat. The camera guy was laughing. It's disgusting. Awful. I mean, that I don't know what that does to his career, because sadly, that to me is appalling, and he needs to be prosecuted for that. That is, I mean, he says that it's an isolated incident, but that is just, it's one incident too far, isn't it? I mean, it's like saying, you beat up a person and, I've only done it once. That's horrific. So, he needs to be prosecuted for that, and I don't know what it does to his career. I don't know. It would not bother me if his career was over now because of that. I mean, it's awful. I would treat that as bad as if he did that to a kid, to be honest. And I know people might say that's the wrong attitude to have, but I just think pets can't defend themselves. They're not punching bags. Do you know what I mean? They're living creatures as well, and that's horrific. So it'll be very interesting to see what the fallout is to that, and if his career survives, I'll be, I don't want to say disappointed, but I've got a feeling it will. Do you know what I mean? These people that are very powerful, that have got a lot of money, tend to get away with these sorts of things sometimes. I think the person that's going to walk through the door will be Stardust, says Prakar. William says, LSW, are you afraid of the uptick in interest in exploring Antarctica and discovering your ancestors? Melting ice caps will divulge your ancestors and reveal that you are an alien. Wow, shots fired. Rampage on the 18th of Feb is an hour earlier than SmackDown, as the NBA All-Star Game has taken Rampage's slot for that night. Will be interesting for the ratings to see if they will stick with it. I don't actually know what is on in that time slot, so I don't know how available that time slot is, but if that is something that they could do going forward, I think undeniably it's undeniably going to improve their ratings. So, I will be very interested to see what that does. And in all fairness, it's going to be very interesting to see what happens tonight, because they're on Sci-Fi. I don't know how big Sci-Fi is compared to USA, but I would imagine drastically smaller. So I don't know what their ratings are going to look like tonight. WWE, we know that when SmackDown moves to FS1, they die a death. When SmackDown moves to FS1, they go 700,000, 800,000, something like that. It's crazy. The network you're on makes a massive difference. So then moving over to Sci-Fi. I mean, it could be that Sci-Fi's in as many homes, but I can't imagine it's a channel that's viewed as much as the USA Network. So be interesting to see what Tonight does. SB was just an abbreviation of the Super Bowl. The Rock has been confirmed to make a special appearance. Well, make a special appearance at the Super Bowl. Well, he might do the hosting. I mean, it's in LA. It makes perfect sense, but I don't know. It's just the fact he's done it before makes me think, like, would you have him do it again? I mean, it did go down well, didn't it? It did go down well. I would like to see Wyndham take over the leadership of the Dark Order and make them a force to be reckoned with. I like that, actually. I mean, I don't know that I would have him, like... I don't know that I'd have him be their leader, but I think he could be their protector. I like the idea of the Dark Order being beaten up, and then Wyndham arrives to, like, scare the people that are beating him up away. So I don't know that I would make him their leader, but, like, you just know you don't mess with the Dark Order. If you mess with the Dark Order, you mess with Wyndham. So he's sort of their protector, their leader, but they're kind of still kept apart. Because I think Wyndham needs to go off, kind of do his own thing. But he would absolutely be there for the Dark Order because of the connection with Brody Lee and the connection with, like, Luke Harper. And it could lead to some really touching moments. So, yeah, you know, like if he went into like the Dark Order dressing room and they had an image of Brody Lee on the wall, and all he's got to do is just look at it, little nod or something, or like bow his head, look back over at them, and leave. Like there wouldn't even need to be any words. Like everything would be said. Like they could be at like the Dark Order in there could be asking like, why has he done that? Why is he helping us? Like, why did he chase them away? And then, like, he just comes in, looks at the picture, looks at them, little nod, walks out the room. It's all, not a single word is spoken, and everything is revealed. He's done it for Brody, and, you know, those kind of moments, I think, would resonate very well on social media. I think that's the kind of stuff that wrestling fans would be like. You can just see the tweets now where people are like, this hit me in the feels, and stuff like that, so... and it makes logical, you know, you're not cashing in on Brody because he's absolutely would do that. He would stand up for the legacy of his friend, and you know, they were his, you know, men, his friends, and so as a result, you know, Bray would always protect them. So yeah, I like that. But I think I would still want there to be a little bit of distance because I wouldn't want to see him getting involved. You see, the Dark Order to me are like a comedy act. You know, you think of John Silver. If you take the comedy away from John Silver, I think that he loses like quite a bit of his character. He's got a great personality, and I think they have a lot of fun on like being the elite. I just can't imagine Wyndham kind of being like doing that, but he could certainly be involved. So I do like that. I like that a lot. Say it is Keith Lee who's going to this Revolution ladder match as he's going to win the qualification. Would you have him win it all and come in and squash Sammy for the TNT belt? No, is the answer. I wouldn't. I think that Sammy, needs to keep doing what he's doing basically, but he needs to do it for a bit longer. I don't think what they've done with Sammy yet is quite enough. I think Sammy needs to win some more high profile matches, like, you know, his ladder match with Cody was high profile, and, you know, he needs more matches of that, you know, kind of exposure. He needs big matches for the TNT title. What Sammy needs to be is he needs to be the Bret Hart when Bret Hart was the Intercontinental Champion. Or, you know, he needs to be Jericho when Jericho was Intercontinental Champion. Sammy needs to be the first person you think of when you think of the TNT title. It needs to be a case that he is the absolute synonymous champion with that belt, because once he's solidified the fact that he is the guy for the mid-card belt, it'll make it a lot easier to then transition him to the main title. So I think like I would give him 12 months actually. At the end of the year, Sammy would still be my TNT champion. You could have him go up against Keith Lee, but he'd have to beat Keith Lee. And I don't think that's the right way forwards. It's probably better that Keith Lee gets into a big spot during the match and gets him and someone else kind of take each other out of the match, and then that starts a feud between them two going forward, but it leaves someone else to actually win the match. Keith Lee can still look like a killer by not winning that match. He's just got to get involved with someone and do a spot with someone that looks so big. It's they do a big spot and it wipes them both out, and you absolutely go, well, I mean, look, there was no way Keith Lee was winning after, him and Lance Archer did this, or whoever it'll be. And then they can go off then and have their feud. So Keith Lee could be the person. He would then get into something like that and, go off on a feud with someone that was in the match. Someone else wins it. Sammy Guevara wins. And as I said, I would have Sammy Guevara holding that belt till the end of the year. And I would make sure that he was, Wednesday Night Rollins. I would make sure that he was on as much as possible. Not always defending the title, but he could be in tag matches or be in other little bits and bobs, but I'd have him on as much as possible. I'd have him defending the title on quite a regular basis. I'd have him winning, certainly retaining, and just coming up against challenger after challenger, but making sure that he puts on the best match of the night. Have him honestly stealing the majority of the shows. He ain't going to steal every show, but have him steal the majority of the shows, because he's got the ability to do it. He's a great wrestler. He's a brilliant wrestler. I'm a big fan of Sammy Guevara. I think of the four pillars, is he my favorite? He might be my favorite. I think he's a better ring wrestler than Jungle Boy. Darby likes to really throw it in, and he likes to be in the shadows and everything, but I don't know, there's something just not quite right with Darby. Nothing terrible is there or thereabouts, but we're talking about who is the best of the pillars. Is it MJF? Is it Britt Baker? Is it Sammy? Is it Jungle Boy? Is it Darby? Who is the best of those pillars? I think Britt Baker is very, very good. The only problem is I don't think she's got a great division around her. I think her division brings her down. If she had a more competitive division and she could have killer match after killer match after killer match, but how are you going to have killer matches with Anna Jay? How are you going to have killer matches with Tay Conti? How are you going to have killer matches with Nyla Rose? The women's division is just so far behind the male division that, I feel like that's what holds Britt Baker back. In regards to Darby Allin, I like him with Sting, but I think that Sting maybe can feel like he gets in the way as well a little bit. I think that Sting has definitely given Darby a bit of a rub, a bit of star power. People looking at Sting have now been introduced to Darby, if maybe they were new to AEW in recent times. But I think I'd be at the point where I'd separate them now. I think I'm at the point where I'd separate them. And also, I'd like to hear more Darby promos. We tend to get, weird videos, but I think I would how even the Ultimate Warrior did promos. Where the Warrior was Warriors, and he used to get, a really interesting, rambling sort of promo. I would like something from Darby. I can't ever really remember any Darby promos. His in-ring is fine. His look is great. But I think there's a connection I haven't quite got with him. I love his in-ring. I love his suicide dives. I love how he lays everything in, no half measures with Darby. Darby, I think, would be my second, just behind Sammy. But I think it's the promos that hold him back. I think it's the promos. You see, with Sammy, he's got a great look. He's an amazing wrestler. He can talk. He was in the Inner Circle. He's had lots of TV exposure. He's quite relatable. I find him easier to kind of connect with than I do Darby Allin. But Darby Allin lays it in and offers something a little different. So, but yeah, I think the promos are maybe what holds Darby back for me. But no, it's a very interesting conversation. Very interesting conversation. But the bottom line is, I would really invest in Sammy because I really rate him. See, MJF's a great talker. MJF's a great heel, but his in-ring isn't as good. MJF in the ring, it's not as good. I mean, I feel like there has been a good MJF match, but not many. And I just find him there's a reason why he gets compared to The Miz. There's a reason why him being compared to The Miz is quite funny, because they are very similar. Both are very good talkers. Both are a bit boring in the ring. So Sammy is the one. Sammy is the one that I would be right behind. They've tweeted that the first hour of Raw is commercial free, says Lauren. Primo said, is there a chance the third hour of Raw does under 1 million? I could imagine about 1.3. I have no idea, to be honest. I have no idea. I genuinely am intrigued. That's the word. I was going to say looking forward, but I'm not. I'm intrigued to see what these ratings are going to be, because we are on Sci-Fi tonight. So if you are joining us, we are on Sci-Fi tonight. And don't know what that'll do to the ratings. I mean, to be honest, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. In a way, WWE will want to get whatever ratings they can. Sci-Fi will want to get whatever ratings they can. But if it's a disaster, who cares? They go back to USA in a few weeks. I think they are on Sci-Fi again maybe next week as well. Don't quote me on that. But I seem to remember that it's more than just 1 week. I'm sure I read somewhere it was more than just 1 week. But we'll see. We'll see how this goes. But as I said, if it's a disaster, I'm sure that Twitter will, laugh about it and whatever and say, WWE's dead and all that kind of stuff. But, it'll soon be back on USA. On a more serious note, can we acknowledge that there's a real threat? Neighbours might be going off air for good. If you loved Harold Bishop and co, sign the petition. This is our memories, says Dort Knight. To be honest, I haven't watched it since it was on 5. I used to watch it when it was on BBC, was it? BBC? I think it was Home and Away on 3. I can't remember what channel I used to go to now. So I used to watch it when back in the day. But I don't even know if he's still in it. Toadfish. I remember Toadfish. And Madge, Harold Bishop, Susan, and who was her husband? Susan and someone. I can see his face. But yeah, I used to watch it, but that was more like when I was at school. It got cut, didn't it? And then it came back on 5, and I don't think I've ever watched it on 5. Well, I think it's on 5. I don't even know. Channel 4. Oh, I don't think it was Channel 4. I don't think Neighbours was Channel 4. I think it was BBC One. Did you see Aubameyang's comments on Arteta? If not, you have to see them. I haven't, but I did hear that he said that he said something like they didn't work well together, or that he had a problem with him, or something like this. But I couldn't tell you exactly what he said. Who cares? He's gone anyway. He's at Barcelona. Dortmund said, I've not watched it for years. I watched it on BBC, but it would be a shame for it to go off. Maybe I'm just being nostalgic. Maybe, but I mean, look, if I think I've already said goodbye to it, to be honest. I think since it went off BBC, I couldn't even tell you who's in it now. I'm sure there probably are some characters, a fair few that are still around. But I don't know, dude. I don't know. I think I've already said my goodbyes. I think, start joining that petition is just going to open up a whole world of nostalgia and emotion for me that I think I've already closed the door on. So I hope it does well, though, for those that still watch. Daniel said, I need to see God's favourite champion, who, by the way, is out injured with a torn hamstring. And it was a reason he dropped the TNT belt. I need to see him versus Keith if he joins. That would be good. Alex Bliss Gamer says, I can't wait to see what Alexa does tonight. Alex Bliss Gamer, shout out to you. Alex Bliss Gamer 0809. I hope she does something good. That's what I hope. Jilly said, one of my favourite Winter Olympic Games to take place right now. I'm not sure what they call it. It's cross skiing and crossbow sharpshooting. I've hunted deer many times in Connecticut. I don't know what that is, to be honest. And also, I think I might be missing the curling. I think the curling is on quite early for the gold. I'll have to have a look, see when the bronze medal is, because obviously Great Britain lost in their match against Norway, so now they go for the bronze medal. Great Britain hasn't won a medal yet at the Winter Olympics, so we do have a chance at one today, so that is something I'm looking forward to. But no, it's been good. We saw some really good stuff. There was a speed skater who was 36, and she was just hoping to get a medal. She's won a medal since 2006 at every Winter Olympic Games. She just was hoping she could get a medal. She flipping broke the Olympic record and took gold. And she beat the woman that set the world record recently. And so that was a great moment. I loved that. That's maybe my highlight. Was watching that speed skating earlier. So I really enjoyed that. And I've loved the curling. Enjoyed watching the curling. Shame that Great Britain couldn't get it done, but that's been brilliant. We've watched snowboarding with the bobsleds coming up. The bobsled hasn't even started yet. Really can't wait for the bobsled. So if you have been watching Winter Olympics, then join us. It's basically the same as what we do here. It's just we're watching the Winter Olympics. And we watched the opening ceremony. We've watched the first 3 days, day 4 tonight. Good. Enjoying it. Prime Salah or Prime Bale? Prime Salah. LSW said, hot take. I do not like figure skating at all, said LSW. Well, figure skating doesn't like you. How about that? Daniel said, Days, about you speaking about a person for Keith to have a big spot with in the ladder, the only guy that's confirmed in it would be Wardlow, which would be good, as those two big guys with a massive spot. I mean, that would be good, in all fairness. Those two trying to establish who, the next big star is, if you will. I don't know how you would book it, though. I mean, someone's going to have to go over, and someone's going to have to lose. I don't know. I don't know how you'd book it. Wardlow... That would be difficult. It'd be hard to have Keith Lee come in and lose in his first feud, so you might have to put Keith Lee over Wardlow, and that would upset people, I think. That would be hard. That would be very hard to book. I think I would have Keith Lee go over Wardlow, and I think what I would then do is I would have a sit-down interview with Wardlow, and I would have Tony sit down or JR sit down with Wardlow after that feud had finished, and JR would be like, "Thank you for your time, big man. Just wanted to get your thoughts on just everything you've been through." And Wardlow could be like, "Look, I know that I lost in that match to Keith Lee, but I'm better than that. And to be honest, I think I'm still not quite over everything I've been through with the Pinnacle. I think I'm still distracted by the Pinnacle, and I need to kind of get that out of my system. I think once that's out of my system and I'm not so distracted by, everything that's happened, then I should make some progress here. Make no mistake, JR, I'm here to be champion. And make no mistake as well, I'm a problem. So I actually think that he could suffer a loss to Keith Lee, and you could then easily do a little sit-down interview, explain as to why he lost, and he can, blame it on still being distracted by MJF, still being distracted by, at any time, JR, I could be snuck up on. The Pinnacle, they've already told me they are not going to let this go, and they're coming for me, and I've got to deal with that problem, because I can't be doing a match and facing someone of Keith Lee's caliber and constantly keeping my eyes on my back as well. There's the competitors here in AEW demand full attention, kind of a thing, They demand your full attention. Something like that, you'd be able to do it. You explain that, yeah, I lost, but I lost because of this. As long as you give a good reason as to why they lost, people, I think, would accept Wardlow losing then. And then that means Keith Lee would get the win and move forwards. Wardlow would, be able to then go and focus on maybe FTR and Sean Spears and, maybe taking some of them out of the equation, as well as MJF, of course. So, yeah, well, we'll see. I mean, that's all theoretics, isn't it? But there's ways forward. There's lots of ways of booking. What channel is it in America? Tonight it's on Sci-Fi. Great, more and more exposure. Maybe pre-sale. I think you are the man to do a Twitch channel where you play vintage video games. You should do it, Dortnite. You do it, buds. I would love to have a channel where I play vintage video games, because I'd love to play some vintage video games. I said before that if I had a day off, that's what I'd love to do. I'd love to go back and play like old games and like all those games I missed out on when I was young. So I would love to give that a go, but I don't think. I mean, for 100,000,000%, I do not have time for fitting that in. I'm at the moment pretty. My schedule's pretty full, and if it wasn't, I'd be desperately trying to make videos to put onto this channel. So I've already done a lot of work. I did a lot of work in January on that, but sadly, the Winter Olympics is taking February away from me. But this is how it goes, and before we know it, WrestleMania will be here. So it's just never ending. What the heck is a quiz bowl? I have no idea. I would imagine it's a quiz, and they've called it a quiz bowl because we're close to the Super Bowl. What do you think is next for Edge? I want to see him feud him and AJ. Goodman, I agree with that. I'd like to see him with AJ because I just think that Edge, we don't know how long he's around for. He needs to be having some killer matches and memorable moments. And I think he's done well, actually, since he came back. If you think, like, his return at the Royal Rumble in 2020 was amazing. Then he had that incredible cinematic match with Randy Orton. The best wrestling match ever. Do you remember when they said, we're going to give you the best wrestling match ever? And we were like, what? How can you say it's the best wrestling match ever? But even though it might not be the best wrestling match ever, it's damn good. It is damn good. So that was a real highlight. And then, like, his feud with Seth, where his house got broken into, his feud with Roman. Like, he's come back and he has done stuff, man. So if he was to face AJ at WrestleMania, you'd have to think that match would stand a great chance of stealing the show. So I love how they've booked him, actually, because he's, again, you think about him teaming with Beth and how great that is, or him coming out to the Brood music and, like, all that kind of stuff. They've done loads with Edge. They've done loads. So just keep giving him different things. A killer match with AJ would be brilliant. That would be brilliant. Right, here we are then. We are live. We're on BT Sport 2 in the UK. And we are on Sci-Fi. The first hour is commercial-free. The first hour is commercial-free. So we are live with WWE Raw. Drew McIntyre retweeted that Zuma video, called it disgusting, and that Zuma is supposed to be a role model. He wants to see West Ham punish him for these actions. Wow. So it got Drew McIntyre's attention. Wow. Your thoughts, Kate Taylor, Serrano, not far away. Actually, I am so excited. I am so excited. Do you know what, right? I did a just over 12-hour Winter Olympic stream. I then had something to eat. I walked the dog. And before I went to sleep, I saw that there was a London press conference. I stayed up to watch that. And I actually watched the Taylor Serrano press conference. And it was brilliant. It was great. I love the bit when she was like, let's do 12 rounds and let's do 3-minute rounds. And Katie Taylor was like, no. Amanda Serrano was like, let's do it like the men do it. We're here to make change. Let's do 12 rounds and instead of 10. Let's do 3-minute rounds instead of 2. Katie Taylor, she didn't say it exactly like this, but to all intents and purposes just went, no. I was like, that's brilliant. And then, like, Amanda Serrano, you could see, was crestfallen. I don't get what she was thinking. Did she really think that she could spring that on Katie Taylor, who, to my knowledge, has never gone 12 rounds, never had 3-minute rounds? Did she think, like, she was just going to go, yeah, let's do it? So I did enjoy the press conference. I did enjoy. We will. I really hope we can do that watch along. I would love, love, love to watch that fight. The biggest women's fight. Do you know, right? The Super Bowl, Quiz Bowl starting. Did you know that Taylor Serrano has got the second most pay-per-view buys or ticket buys, pre-sale for tickets for any boxing match in Madison Square Garden history? They keep banging on about that. It's absolutely huge. Right. Super Bowl. No. Super Bowl, Quiz Bowl, Super Quiz Bowl. Super Quiz Bowl. There we go. I strongly dislike Alpha Academy and RK Bro stuff. I feel like Brock will be in the chamber, but he will be impatient and he'll bash through the pod to get out and into the match, says he could do. He could do. No one puts Brock in a corner. I believe that's a Dirty Dancing reference. Yeah, he could do that would be fun. According to Meltzer, Orton is going to be out for a bit. It looks like he is wrong again. Right, we're just seeing how we got to this. I have a feeling Kevin Patrick someday is going to turn heel and manage Sheamus, says channel name. Chronic Effect said, why did the man run around his bed? Because he's trying to catch up on sleep. Right, so both of these are sat at tables in the ring. Kevin Patrick is at a podium. Okay. Chad Gable said, I'm going to explain this how you mouth breathers can understand. Okay. I mean, in all fairness, right? This is great for Chad Gable. Do you remember when he was Shorty G and he was just in catering? What is that sign? Someone's got a sign. He's wearing a Hey Randy sign. And it says frog emoji is better than monkey emoji. What a weird sign to bring. Frog emoji is better than monkey emoji. What does that mean? I'm just reading some of the signs. There's a dude that's got that one. There's another one that says don't boo education. What US president was the first to be elected with a college degree? Washington, Lincoln, Jefferson, or Adams? Get them in, guys. Get your answers in. Okay, so Gable talking about getting his masters. People are booing. People are booing education. People are booing education right now. John Adams, Washington, Adams. Get him in, guys. We don't know the answers yet. Adams, he says. And it is correct. Well done. Well done. Well done. This is wrestling. This is wrestling. How many hearts does an octopus have? 1, 2, 5, or 3? How many hearts does... What am I doing with my life? How many hearts does an octopus have? Three hearts. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding. 3 hearts. This is wrestling. I have news about, do you want to know what it is, or do you want to wait and see what happens? Well, if it's on for tonight's show, we'll wait and see. Jeremy said, this is stupid. First hour commercial free, and they do this. I know, I'm praying for commercials right now. Anyone else praying for commercials? Where's the commercials? Where's the commercials? Nailed it. Well done. You got that one right. Icarus. Well done, Brad. Well done. Corey got it wrong. You didn't need to admit that, bud. You didn't need to admit it. What have we got? Cartoons. Which Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle used a pair of nunchucks to fight Shredder? Leonardo, Donatello, Michelangelo, or Raphael? Who used the nunchucks? Yeah, the crowd are getting more involved now. See, Michelangelo. I remember Leonardo, I think, had the stick. Who had the 2 fork things? That must have been like Raphael. Yeah, I can't remember, you know. I can't remember. That was actually a good question. Randy said, let Otis answer a question. Big guy's ready. Big man's ready. Here we go. This is some good. He loves it. Vince is loving this. Which of these states is the largest of the 48 continental United States? Texas, California, Montana, or Colorado? If this was a question of who had the lowest IQ, it'd be Colorado. Everything's bigger in Texas. And he's got it correct. But there we go. Well done. There's a dude trying to walk past in the background, and he had the sign the wrong way around, I think. Do you know, exciting stuff this. Do you know, when they said there was going to be a quiz bowl, I don't know about you, but I thought, oh, there'll be something fun that happens in it. But what they're actually doing is they're doing a quiz bowl. Like, they're doing a quiz. Like, this is an actual kind of quiz. There's actual questions that are actual questions. And there's, like, actual answers, and it's all like a proper quiz. Riddle wants to call Justin Bieber. Alec Baldwin. Got it wrong. They got that one wrong. This is rubbish. WWE has really fallen off. When is the show? When is the show? Please, God, make this stop. Michael said, this is actually kind of funny. Everyone knows Billy Baldwin is the best Baldwin. When is the Raw show? I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Where's the commercials? What the hell am I watching? Wrestling or a talk show? We want our wrestling now. AEW will let everyone down again on Wednesday, says Tommy. Where can I watch Raw? It's on Sci-Fi. It's on Sci-Fi, but WWE have been very kind. They know that people might struggle to find it, so they've put a load of rubbish on at the start so you don't miss anything. It's very good of them. It's very good. What happened to wrestling? I don't know. Are you asking me, like, what channel are you on? It's on Sci-Fi if you're struggling to actually find it. When you order WWE from Wish, says Modern Mogul, very good. Susan's husband on Neighbours was called Carl. Ah, he was. You're right. Thank you. R.I.P. Raw. This is unbelievable, says Ty. This is unbelievable. This is unbelievable. Is Vince backstage watching this, thinking this is good, what people want? I mean, I'm just going to search WWE on Twitter and see what the comments look like. Just for a laugh. We'll see. This is why Raw is boring. This is awful. Welcome to WWE Disney. It's been 15 minutes and there hasn't been any wrestling. Poop emoji. Someone says here, Chad Gable has struck gold with this gimmick. Someone's enjoying it. Please retire, Vince. People are mad because there's an E in WWE. Ooh. Harley tweeted as well. Harley tweeted the crowd are cheating. Harley tweeted that the crowd are cheating. Harley's problem with this segment is the crowd are cheating. Lol. Right, there's something's happening. John Elway. Randy Orton putting a bit of fire in this. It's 4-4. We've had 8 questions. Riddle's out here wearing Patrick Star shorts. Ozzy said, I had more entertainment at the early learning centre. Right, is this the last question? Here we go. I'm surprised the crowd isn't rioting. I don't know what's happening. I don't know why the crowd aren't rioting. I'm about to riot. They're chanting, you suck. I mean, in all fairness, Vince must be a genius because this crowd are not booing this out of the building. This must be what people want. This is... Perhaps none of us belong to the WWE Universe. I feel like the WWE Universe has moved somewhere else to where I'm not. All right, Chad's trying to figure out this last question. Struggling. He's got it wrong. So he's got that wrong. They could at least use the Jeopardy theme. What channel is Sci-Fi? I don't know. I mean, it's just called Sci-Fi. I don't know what number it is. The crowd loves this. We're all just fans of wrestling. This is bad prices, right? If it's in Colorado, maybe they're all high. Right, Randy Orton gets that question correct. So, RK Bro win. So, they win a tag title match. 5-4. So, he said, Gable, you've just been outstarted by the 3 most dangerous letters in all of sports entertainment. I've never prayed for commercials so much in my life. Right, they're getting upset. They're upset that they've lost this. I'm upset that I've watched this. Gable's getting upset and is bawling. And that's it. This is the greatest start to Raw. My kids thought that was funny, but that's good. Right, here's Street Profits. Dun 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 dun. Right, Street Profits coming down there in white. They look kind of good in white. Guess who just lost the quiz bowl? I like them in that white attire. They look good. Are these Colorado colors? I would guess they are. Looks like baseball. They look like baseball shirts. I'm guessing it is something to do with baseball. The crowd is all beard up. Profits looking good. If this is entertainment, then I'm out of touch. The E in WWE is out of touch. Okay. We are in the Mile High City. Okay, so it looks like we're going to get Street Profits against Alpha Academy. Academy. Greatest 20 minutes of television ever, says Mark. Good night, Eternal Sunshine, Spotless Mind, that segment from my life. Vince is laughing all the way to the bank. There will be 2 million views for that first hour. Well, I mean, it is true. That's why we get stuff like this. I mean, we get stuff like this because, you know, people watch, people tune in, and even if they don't like it, they still keep watching. So, you know, for WWE, it doesn't matter, does it? They can just put out whatever they want, and they'll just get the views. Plus also, they are on Sci-Fi, so perhaps they're just like, I don't know, phoning it in a little bit more tonight. I don't know. I wouldn't think so. But that is just such a weird way to start a Raw. Normally when you start a Raw with something that's going to really grab people. You start a Raw with, like, you know, a Roman segment. You start a Raw with, do you know what I mean? Like Ronda walks out or something massive. Like that even though for me it's a bad segment, it's baffling that you start the show with it. Like, that to me is the kind of segment you get at the halfway point. That's the segment that's buried in the middle of the show. It's, you know, by that point, the people that have already stuck around for an hour and a half are probably waiting for the main event. They're probably going to stick around for the whole show. To actually start a show with that segment, I can't get my head around it. I don't understand. I don't really understand. Like, I don't understand. Just even putting aside that it was just bad and boring. I mean, people tune in for, like, a wrestling, for promos. It can be interesting to watch superstars compete against each other in different things. You know, we've seen them do arm racing. We've seen them do obstacle courses. So it's not. It doesn't matter that it's not wrestling, and it doesn't matter that they're competing in something different. But I think it does matter if it's not entertaining. I think it does matter if it's boring, and that was boring. It was boring. I mean, I found that really boring. I found the questions boring. Very kind of American. Like, what's the biggest state? I'm sat here in the UK. Do you know what I mean? Like, granted, it's a fair question, but I mean, if the questions were more like the turtle ones, that would have been a bit more engaging. But, like, you know, stuff to do with presidents, stuff to do with states, it's just dull, innit? And to be honest, I couldn't even tell you the other questions because I switched off. But, like, when they do the obstacle course stuff, that can be quite interesting. When they do, like, an arm wrestling thing, they're not the best, but I don't mind it. I'm not against watching teams do something other than wrestling, because we see wrestling all the time. So I don't have a problem with the difference in them not... I do have a problem with the segment being dull. And I do have a problem with it being boring. And I'm bemused as to why you would start the show with it. But again, maybe it's something to do with sci-fi. Maybe it's something to do with sci-fi. They did those type of segments during the Attitude Era, but people didn't want to have that conversation. What is worse, watching a Street Profits match or that trivial show they did? I say Street Profits. Yeah, I might send a tweet out now saying I've never prayed for a quiz bowl as much as I am right now. WWE has always had those segments, even in the 90s. I mean, they have always had segments. I'm trying to think of a quiz that's been on WWE before that's just been a straight-up answer like that. I can remember a brilliant one that was with Jericho. I mean, if you want to see a quiz that's done right, do you remember, wasn't it Bob Uecker, who was the guest host of Raw, and they did a quiz show, and Jericho, and it was all, like, it was done really entertaining. That was brilliant. That was fun. You know, there's a way of doing those segments. There's a way of doing them, and there's a way to not do them. And I think what we saw for me there was the way not to do them. You have to have at least 15 minutes of educational segments on Sci-Fi, says Jordan. Is that true? Could you imagine if that was true? They're on Sci-Fi, and the quota is that every hour you've got to get some kind of education in there. Could you imagine that? Why are we getting Rollins Riddle? We know it's going to be a good match, but there's no explanation as to why they're fighting. That's true. Petty Vince out tonight throwing a tantrum about being moved. AJ, Damian Priest, why are they wasting that match on a Raw? Bob Barker, was it? Bob Barker. That quiz was fun. He was regarded as one of the best guest hosts. Obviously, they went through a period, didn't they, of having like different kind of guest hosts, and they were really leaned on the celebrity thing, and they had a little run with that. But yeah, that was brilliant. If that exact same opening segment happened to AEW, all the people in here defending it would say it was awful. If that thing happened tonight on AEW that are defending that segment, they would say it was awful. Big Splash. I don't know. I genuinely, I don't know. I can't speak for people. I can't speak for people. All I can give is my honest thought on it, and I thought that was poor. But there's clearly people around that got something from it as well and enjoyed something, took something from it. So, as you said, it's, served a purpose. But either way, it's in the past. We're moving on. We're 27 minutes in. We got Street Profits against Alpha Academy. Juan said, people only like to talk about old people that watch WWE, but they forget to look in the mirror and see that they are old too. people like to talk about only old people watching WWE, but they forget to look in the mirror and see that they are old too. Don't know what that means. I mean, I'm old. I'm quite happy to admit that. Roll up 1, 2, kick out. I mean, there are segments that are done for kids, and as we said, there's a few comments saying that kids, out there, some kids out there did enjoy that last segment. So, 1, 2, 3, pin by Chad Gable. Gable gets a pin on Angela Dawkins. Blood coming down the mouth of Gable. So it looks like he's took a strike somewhere. And he's got some blood coming down his mouth. Gable and Otis embrace. Yeah, he's took a hit in here. I don't know if it's on his lip or in his mouth. He's doing that Superman jump again. Montez. I think first time I saw him do that, I think, was last week. And I saw there was a bit of buzz about it. It's where he jumps over the top rope and he gets into like a Superman kind of pose. He might have done it before, but I only noticed it for the first time last week. But quite a quick win for Otis and Chad Gable here. Right, what are we moving on to? Hogan was considered old in '96. However, he was 43 years old. That was the same age as CM Punk. Is now having a renaissance in AEW. Can we say double standards? I feel like the conversation has moved to a point that I don't really know where it is now. I think, back in the day, being in your 40s probably was considered old. But I think now, we're starting to see people like what with maybe a better understanding of nutrition and diets and looking after themselves, like achieving more into that. You're kind of seeing it more in all sports. So, like, what in football, for example, when you used to get into your 30s in football, you were seen as old. But, I mean, Ronaldo right now is, 37? Something like that. So, I think it's just as times are changing and, like, we're starting to get a better understanding of, like, how to look after your bodies, how to, like, look like nutrition and, like that DDP yoga and everything has kind of helped a lot of superstars as well. I know there's quite a few superstars that have done that have prolonged their careers. I think Shawn Michaels did it as well, and that was how he managed to like keep going for as long as what he did. So, but I can't really add to the conversation because I don't really know where the conversation is. I think the chat's having a different conversation to me, which is fine. I'll just be over here chatting on my own. Is this a commercial? I was told there was no commercials. What's this? This is a commercial. I've got an alien. Resident Alien. Next after Raw on Sci-Fi. That's a commercial. I've just seen a commercial. I want a refund. I was told there'd be no commercials. Wow. Resident Alien looks fun. The latest on 2K22. This is another commercial! They're showing me another commercial! I want a refund! Why am I always being lied to? I've just had to watch Resident Alien. I never got over that. And now I've got this. Unbelievable scenes. I can't believe it. I feel sick. I'm going to throw up. Oh, have I seen this commercial? Ray going up a ladder. AJ going up a ladder. I've seen that before. Oh, I've seen this bit before. I've probably seen this commercial before. I don't know about you, but when that gong sounds, feel free to watch it back. And you see The Undertaker, it looks like Goldberg cosplaying. When the gong sounds and the camera kind of shoots up and you see Undertaker's face for the first time, it looks like Goldberg. Right, that's another commercial. Top 10 Instagrams of the week. Aaliyah 317. What? The Miz with a child. Sonya and Natalia. Austin Theory looking evil. Xavier Woods at Harry Potter. Happy Corbin with a tattoo. Mandy Rose with some clothes on. Breaking news. That's worth putting on Instagram. Mandy Rose wearing some clothes. Bianca Belair and a woman. Here's MVP. MVP. The Miz with a child. WWE are now showing their own commercial. Right, here's MVP. Please rise. See, this is how you would open the show normally. Has something happened that doesn't finish till 1:30? Because this feels like the start of Raw. Wow. Do you know what? If we find out that there was a show or there was a sport that didn't finish until 1:30, and that's why this has now started half an hour in, I would be like, okay, that makes sense. Because every other week, this is how you would start the show. Making his way out, and welcome home, Lashley. That's a nice looking suit that Bobby Lashley is wearing. Bum, ba-ba-dum. Yeah, it's AJ, Austin Theory, Bobby Lashley, Brock Lesnar, Seth Rollins, and Riddle. Bum, ba-ba-dum. Maybe Bobby was finishing his dinner, maybe. Perhaps they were like, are you ready to go out? And he was like, no. No, all right, we'll do the quiz bowl. Bobby, 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 Bibby, Bibby, Bibby. Bum, ba-ba-dum. Bum, ba. Ah, a little point and a little wink. Tell you what, he's in good form today, and he is loving it. Did we dream the quiz? What quiz? Raw's just started. Bum, ba-ba-dum. Bum, ba-ba-dum. They both look good. Oh, it's a good crowd, man. Barbie, 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 baby. Yeah, this is good. This is what he needs every week if every crowd was like this. MVP said last week we should have had a proper celebration. They were robbed of that proper celebration. Vape said you're reaching. It's just bad TV. I can't watch. Oh, I think this is all right. Look, Bobby Lashley coming out with MVP. I got no issue with that. Bobby only won because Roman Reigns interfered. Blah blah blah. Bobby didn't see any of that. The only thing that matters is in that match, Bobby Lashley pinned Brock Lesnar. Last week should have been declared Bobby Lashley Day. Yeah, instead, we had the announcement of the Elimination Chamber. Boos to that. Yeah. Brock won the Rumble. No question. Yeah. So MVP saying it was very impressive, especially if you think a few hours before, Bobby Lashley laid him out for the count. Pure fantasy. So he's saying there's no way Brock wins the Elimination Chamber. If he thinks he's going to make it title versus title, that is pure fantasy. A lot of people have said, what would you do with the Elimination Chamber? Me personally, I would have Bobby retain. I think Bobby he's got a great look. I like MVP talking for him. I think this is, I like Bobby. More minutes of wrestling, Raw or Rampage, says Vape Ross Vape. Right, when you talk about Bobby or Brock, you're talking about monsters. Bryan Danielson is the second inductee into the... Makes sense. Pepsi said there's a sign that says, Mom, I was on television. Few Bobby chants as he holds up that championship. I mean, like, I just don't know where this is leading. I mean, we'll find out. You don't make demands from the Almighty. He's pacing around. They keep having to change the camera angle. Look, he keeps, like, turning his back and, like... He doesn't care about the hard cam rules at all. I bet Kevin Dunn in the truck right now is, like, having kittens. He's constantly having to switch cameras. Because he keeps turning around, talking over here, and then he'll walk over here, and then he'll go back over here, and then he'll look forward, and then he's over here. Promo, for the sake of promo, Brock is probably there. Did you know that Riddle was going to win, but Shane wanted to change that and added himself and made Brock the winner? I don't think Shane would have decided that Brock would be the winner, to be honest. I think it was true that Riddle was going to win, or certainly it's been reported, but I think that was probably changed a week ago, 2 weeks ago. Like, the original plan that Riddle was going to win, we don't know when that plan was from. But there's no way Shane had Brock win. And then he went up to Vince and went, oh, just so you know, I've changed the winner. No way. That would have come from Vince. There we go. The Almighty. Boom. Boom. Do you know what? I'm thinking, right? I wonder if they've had a shortage of matches here. I think you will get wrestling on this show, but I think it's going to be in the next 2 hours. I wonder if that's to do with the fact that they have a match And they always have that bit, don't they, where they go on the outside and they're like, join us after the break. And you can't do that because there's no breaks, there's no commercials. So they would have to go out there and just put on like a proper match. It would have to be like oh, Alexa. And perhaps like they don't want to do that because they use the matches as a way of bringing you back after commercials. If there's no commercials to bring you back from, they might as well just put a load of stuff out there that doesn't like matter as much, if you will. Alexa Bliss's journey back to Raw continues. Has Alexa Bliss made any progress? Right now? Oh, right now. Here she is. I can't deny how well you look. I want to prove that you can do it. This is the replica Lily. Alexa. Please hand over the replica Lily. It's not the real Lily, Alexa. It's the replica Lily. She gives the replica Lily to the doctor. Okay. She cries. Just crying. Okay. Let it out. Let it out. Let it out. And then we get an advert for WWE Shop. Then there's an advert for WWE Shop. Guys, if you want your replica Lily, this is where you can get it from right now. Like Edge, just like Roman. Get your Lily doll. Hey, do you know what? I don't mind that. I don't mind that. A lot of people out there might be thinking, he's gonna kick off. He's gonna kick off. No, I don't mind that. And you know why I don't mind it. She has just handed over that replica Lily, yeah? She's handed it back and she started crying. This is saying to me that she is moving away from this. That's what I'm saying. She's moving away from it. That's how it feels to me. Don't take this away from me. She's making a breakthrough. She's making a breakthrough. We are moving away from Lily. We're getting closer to the goddess. Shola says we're getting closer. We're getting closer. We're getting closer. It's going to lead to a quiz challenge against Brock Lesnar. Brock Lesnar? We're finally getting somewhere, says Master Chief. Jim said, I feel bad for Alexa. I just want to give her a hug. She still will have Lily, says Alexa Bliss Gamer. Well, I don't know that that's true because we've made a breakthrough. She's handed the replica Lily back and then she's Lilyless and she's accepting it. Damian Priest. I hope not. Lily can go, but I don't want the goddess, says Nelson. Someone said Day's a Lily doll. No. I feel bad for Alexa. Give her the doll back. Do not give her the doll back. If anyone is watching this from WWE, you've sold dolls. You've done what you wanted it to do. You've made money. Now let's have Alexa back. I heard they made 9 of these. 9 of these vignette things. Jesus. Well, in all fairness, we got 2 last week, so maybe we'll get a second one this week. Alexa versus Lily. No. Lily's going. Some of the worst storylines, says J. Ray. Days Alexa will still have Lily. Alexa Bliss Gamer. You're not as big an Alexa Bliss fan as what I am. And I am telling you, she is starting to part ways with Lily, yeah? Do you know what, Alexa Bliss Gamer, you might as well start crying, just like Alexa Bliss did there, and start saying your goodbyes to Lily, because this is the end of the road, yeah? Lily has reached her destination. This is where Lily gets off of the WWE train, right? We'll all wave goodbye to Lily now. We're all waving goodbye to Lily. Yeah, the train has pulled into redundant station and Lily is getting off and we're all going to wave goodbye now. Right? That's it. This was a watershed week. It was a good week. Priest on the outsides. Nice. Oh, that is a great shot by AJ. That looked like it was right on the button as well. That was good. Can you see what I tweeted, says Sam. I can have a look, Sam. I can do that. Via ordered on Monday, October 25th, arriving on Tuesday, October 26th. Out for delivery, arriving at some point. I'll retweet that. It's very good. That's nice. Retweet. When will Kevin Owens get another US title match? I don't know, but we are seeing Kevin Owens tonight taking on Austin Theory. Got AJ round the back of Damian Priest. Big clothesline. AJ goes down. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up by AJ. We'll see with Alexa. Maybe she's playing the therapist for a chump, says John. I wonder if Lily got paid by WWE. Lily is being released due to budget cuts. WWE wishes her all the best in her future endeavors. Do you think the Forbidden Door means a wrestler or AEW is working with another promotion? Maybe New Japan. The Forbidden Door seems like a cross-promotion thing rather than a debut. I think Tony Khan made a mistake, is what I think, Root Beer. He actually sent a tweet out where he clarified that the Forbidden Door thing that he referred to is the same as the free agent. So there's a free agent that he's signed, and he used the term Forbidden Door, and I think he got himself all mixed up, and he did tweet out, clarified that they are one and the same. So basically, it's a free agent. It's someone that used to be at a different promotion. And that's why a lot of people are thinking Keith Lee or, one of those recent releases. Keith Lee, Jeff Hardy, someone like that. So, no, unfortunately, I don't think they are working with New Japan. I mean, they did have a relationship. I don't know where that relationship is now. Spikes AJ. Damian Priest going for the cover. Shoulder up by AJ. It's great to have AJ back, isn't it? It's great to have AJ back. Kind of feels like he's been out in the wilderness, AJ. Kind of feels like what with him being with Amos, we just haven't really been seeing that much of him. So I like this match. It's just nice seeing a singles AJ match on Raw, him against Damian Priest. Nice forearm strike by Damian Priest. Little shots coming in by AJ. Kick to the midsection by Damian Priest. Quick kicks. Quick strikes. Strikes coming in. Back elbow. Clothesline. Big kick by Damian Priest. Pele kick by AJ Styles. Damian Priest falls onto AJ. AJ has to get his shoulder up. TNA, Impact, Ring of Honor, New Japan Pro Wrestling. What monster is the best dance partner? The Boogeyman, says Kojiko. I didn't know where that was going. Do you think it's Samoa Joe? I suppose I can't see why it couldn't be. I do think it's someone that has been released by WWE. Now, Samoa Joe was released, I don't think that long ago. Again, I don't know what his non-compete would be. When you're down in NXT, I think the non-compete is 30 days, not 90 days. So, yeah, Samoa Joe's not a bad shout. But without knowing the contract. Someone might be like, no. Samoa Joe's got a 90-day non-compete. He's still on a full-time contract or something. I don't know. Phenomenal forearm by AJ. 1, 2, 3. Oh, he pins Damian Priest. The phenomenal one beats Damian Priest, which shouldn't be that much of a surprise. But Damian Priest has been booked, well, I would say well, but AJ, are they giving AJ some big wins, are they? I mean, that's a notable win, that is, over Damian Priest. That's a win that does make me go, Damian Priest in the corner. Is he going to go Damian? That's scary. That face is scary. Okay. SmackDown breakdown. I was expecting a DQ. Yeah, that was good. That should have been for the championship. Tori said it was about time. What are they doing with the Moss? What do you think his future will look like without AJ? I think he'll struggle. I think he's going to struggle. I don't think he's very engaging in the ring. He's got a great look, but they just haven't cracked it, have they? They just haven't figured him out. They've had a lot of time. AJ's been with him a lot of time, but it's just not coming across. I think that they will keep having him win squash matches. Maybe they'll just try to increase the kind of opposition that he's facing. See if they can give him some notable wins and get him a bit of momentum. It'd be good, actually, if someone was being beaten up and he was to come down and make a save. And, he's got that kind of he's got that presence, that size. But that's literally all he's got. His promos aren't where they need to be. His wrestling isn't where it needs to be. Yeah, he's struggling. I'll tell you what I think has hurt as well, is that he's been put with AJ, which is brilliant. What a great education. But a lot of that education would come from house shows. So they would actually be together, and then they'd be wrestling together, and they'd be on the road. And just think of all that traveling. Think of all those communications, all those chats. Think about driving the road, getting the plane together, backstage together, work in a different town, work in a different match. I mean, the house shows are drastically reduced because of COVID. So putting him with AJ right now is going to help, absolutely. And there's still loads he can learn. But it's not the same as like back in 2018. Like 2017, when like they were doing house shows all the time. I think in 2019 they started to maybe reduce some of the house shows, and then 2020 obviously it just all fell apart because of COVID. But yeah, the lack of house shows I think is a problem. We just got a SmackDown recap, by the way, if you are wondering what we're watching. Do you think the mystery opponent for the Women's Chamber will be Asuka? I think it stands a good chance to be Asuka, yes. Helicard said the Damian side is just Punishment Martinez. Well, I don't mind that. I mean, Punishment Martinez is a cooler name than Damian Priest, I think. Punishment Martinez. It's a cool sounding name. But yeah, I agree. The change isn't really quite enough, is it? It's literally him just like gritted teeth going. But just it's a CGI cage, which is amazing. They're just showing a CGI cage. I've never seen that before. The CGI cage there was so cool. Looked really realistic, man. Joe and Regal ended on Sunday because they only have 30-day. Joe could turn up on Wednesday. Why did the Cyclops stop teaching? Because he only had one pupil. What about Bliss? Maybe. If we could, yeah, I mean, maybe. Isn't it? No, it's not next week, the week after. We got 2 weeks. Is her transformation going to be complete by then? To be honest, because she hasn't wrestled for so long, you might not want to put her in an Elimination Chamber. That's the only thing I would think. Unless she's having... Because, like, obviously all these are pre-recorded. So she could be, like, having matches, warm-up matches now. So she could be ready. We're seeing Seth and Kevin Owens backstage. You've got a big match tonight. I can't believe you're not in the chamber. Let me in on a secret. With your influence and your support, determination, popularity, very popular. He is very popular. He's very popular with me. Once I beat Theory tonight, they'll have no choice but to put me in that chamber match. Seth says, I don't make the rules, but I like this. I like this story. Kevin Owens is like, you mean that, yeah? You're not lying to me, are you? No. Seth laughs. I like it. This is all right. I like it. So it's setting the stage. What I really like about that is now it gives the Kevin Owens-Austin Theory match more of a purpose. It's not just a rematch that's a nothing match. Kevin Owens is saying, look, when I beat Austin Theory, they've got to put me in the cage, in the chamber. They've got to. Like, because I've beaten Austin Theory, who's in there. So surely I deserve his spot. And with your help, we can make them see that. And Seth's like, not on board with it. And, you know, you could definitely see it lead into a feud between these two. But it's a good story. I mean, it's just a simple story, but it's a good story. Sometimes the simple things done well is great. That's all you need. Right, we've got Miz and Maurice. Miz and Maurice. We never saw Maurice last week, I don't think. I remember seeing Miz last week. And he was starting like a new feud with someone. Be Miz, be awesome. So Maurice making her way down to the ring. I get Jim Carrey Joker vibes from Seth, says Red Payne. Festival of Friendship 2.0, says James. Yes. KO still not going to Saudi, said Tony. Excellent point. Right, so we've gone to Miz TV. This show has been so much better since that Bobby segment. When we had the Bobby segment that opened the show, we had that. Then we've gone into an Alexa thing, which was, you know, promising. Then we went into the AJ Damian Priest match with a clean win for AJ. Now we're gone into Miz TV with Maurice on the show as well. We don't get to see her every week. Ledger Killer, hello. Shout out to you. Once again, though, Kevin will lose as he doesn't work Saudi. This is a rematch from last week. when he didn't win the match to qualify for the Chamber, so I don't get him saying that. Well, he's saying it because if he beats Austin Theory, he will then surely, in storyline, take Austin Theory's place. Just because of his political beliefs, and we as fans know more than we should. In all fairness, you know, we shouldn't know that he would refuse to go to Saudi Arabia. That's got nothing to do with the character and the story that's being told on TV. So, like Kevin Owens saying, if I beat someone that's in the Chamber with your help and your influence, you know, we should surely be able to convince Adam Pearce that I deserve that spot better than Austin Theory. Like, that makes sense to me. I can understand where he's coming from. I could see that being a conversation that Kevin Owens would be willing to have with Adam Pearce, and he would have some background as well, and he would have some, be a good argument. I've just beaten someone that's in the Chamber. That means I'm better than them. So why are they getting that opportunity? At the very least, he might be able to negotiate a second qualifying match for next week's Raw. I could see him doing that. Again, you know, of course, he's not going to go to Saudi Arabia, so it's not going to go that way. But I get the story so far. Right, it's Ray and some dude off the street, I think, a fan. So it was Ray last week he started a new feud with. I remember he started a new feud with someone. I just couldn't remember who it was. Vince probably paid this audience off. It can't get any worse after that quiz. I hope you stand a DM you about what is going on. Okay. I don't know when I'll get a chance to get to DMs, to be honest, bud, because I've got Raw, and then we're into the Winter Olympics straight after. It's pretty full on right now. Channel name said they are aiming at a Dominic heel turn, but I heard they scrapped that idea. Hook is trembling in his boxers. Okay. Are you calling me a cheater? So Ray and Dominic sat in the ring with Miz and Maurice. I like how Miz is like, you're calling me a cheater. Maurice is sat there. She's like, she can't believe it. She can't believe someone is accusing Miz of being a cheater. He's good, isn't he? He is so good. Do you know what this means? His hand goes up. When my hand goes up, your mouth goes shut. He is a very good PG heel. A very, very good PG heel. He's an undeniable Hall of Fame entry, The Miz. I hope they changed mind. I want a Dominic heel turn, says channel name. Have you seen that under Ed Woodward, United have spent $1 billion on transfers? Lol. I am not a cheater. Here's some advice. If you get in the ring with me, you know what you're getting. If you lose to me, that is your fault. Miz saying that he should be in the Elimination Chamber. But who gets that opportunity? Rey Mysterio. kind of interesting. Miz probably should be in there. Do they ever wrestle on this show, says Kenny. We just had Damian Priest, AJ. It was quite good. It was all right. There is a lot of talking. Dom looks like he's going to cry. He's probably just really pleased to be in the ring, in all fairness. I'm the biggest star in this company. I was out dancing with the stars. Oh. Bornicano is 54. 54. That is younger than I thought. I thought she was pushing closer to 60, to be honest. That's interesting. Thank you, Robs. You was champion for a week, Miz, says CM316. This is awesome, says Bananas and Grapes. United have spent more than City. Come on. That's an achievement. We spent money. That's good. Who's on the cover of 2K22? Surprise, surprise. It's Boyaka Rey Mysterio. What have you got that Maurice doesn't? Yeah, why is it not Maurice on the cover of 2K22? Yes. She's like, you should call yourself Rey Mysterio. That's good. Is she? Thank you. That's good. Rey Mysterio. Maurice says you could learn something from me to Rey. And how she delivered that with a straight face, I've got no idea. Rey, you could learn something from me. Oh, Dominic? How about you show my father some respect? Dominic getting up, getting in the face of The Miz. Oh. Is this how you do it now? You hide behind your son? You've put your big boy pants on. You versus me tonight. You versus me tonight. You're on. You never noticed? Are you sure you're not Eddie's son? It's nice. Are you sure you're not Eddie's son? Maurice enjoyed that as well. She ain't got a clue. No way did she watch. 5-star rematch. Dominic pushes Miz. Eddie Guerrero. Is Veer coming tonight? We haven't seen that tonight. Ray might not be miserable. I don't. How did he not notice before? I mean, I'm sure he did, and I'm sure it was just a way to get to that line. But Dominic's been carrying Rey Mysterio like a backpack down to the ring. I never noticed you're taller than your dad. How? How did you not notice that? Commercial break. Commercial break. Well, they did give us an hour of... in all fairness, this Raw has not been too bad once you get past the Quiz Bowl and the Street Profits Alpha Academy. As soon as you got to Bibby, I think this show got going, man. It's all right. Miz is great. Shahil said, this show isn't good. Did The Fiend return? Yeah. Yeah, he opened the show. He was guest host of the Quiz Bowl. How did Miz win Money in the Bank? Was it because he hit Otis and Miz sued him? They then did the court thing. They did the court thing, yes. The Miz is awesome. Bringing up Eddie Guerrero was genius. Rob said Veer is 28 days away from beating Emelina is coming vignettes. Is that true? Is that true? I don't remember her having vignettes for as long as what Veer did, in all fairness. Although, I do remember her, like... I do remember that being a long time. That's very interesting. If that's true, that's very interesting. Let's pretend that first hour never happened. What first hour? Days, who won between AJ and Priest? It was AJ. AJ won clean. It was all right. It was all right. Rob said, Dom should do some dumbbell curls whilst he's here just to make good use of the time. Rey Mysterio is 5 feet tall. British Soundboard pranks are low. Said Veer was on main event taping before Raw last week. The match was boring. He just yelled and grunted all his way through it. Well, don't ruin it for yourself. Don't ruin it for yourself. It's not about when he's actually having a match. It's just he's a meme, isn't he? The problem they've got is that Veer has become a meme. So, you know, once he arrives, the place is going to go crazy. And that's it. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's literally everyone is just waiting for him to actually arrive. They've teased his arrival. Everyone's waiting for his arrival. But nothing after that is going to be able to maintain this level of, you know, support, intrigue. So, I don't know. I hope they've got an idea. I hope they've got a plan as to what to do. Because when he finally arrives, that's going to be a massive moment. Do you know, I'd be even tempted to have someone getting beaten up and Veer makes the save. Veer's coming, Veer's coming, Veer's coming. I kind of get the feeling now that when he does arrive, it needs to be a flipping significant moment. I would even be tempted. I'd even be tempted to have whatever you're going to do with the WWE Championship. I would be tempted. I'm not saying I would do it, but I'd be tempted whereby you've got the WWE Championship match at WrestleMania. Someone wins, whoever it is, yeah, and then the next night on Raw, they're talking about how they've cleaned out the division, they've beaten everyone, and then Veer's, like, music hits, and everyone's like, who's this? And then on the screen, it says Veer, and Veer arrives the night after WrestleMania, and he gets into the ring with the current champion, and we just go straight at it. Straight at it. I don't know if you would then do a match between them. I suppose you would have to. But that would be a hell of a way to debut him. Not that he hasn't debuted before, but you get my point. I just think that if you've got one moment with Veer, that first arrival is going to be huge, and everything it'll peter out after that. So you've got to make that first time count. You've got to make. If you just bring him out on the show one week, that's such a missed opportunity. I think you've got to really use that one moment. You've got to really use it. Maurice just trips over Dominic. You're out of there! She's gone. Miz and Dominic, they both have the same skill set. Don't get me wrong, Miz is very entertaining guy behind the mic, but he is rubbish in the ring. Wow. Ray just tripped over the Miz. Ray just tripped over the Miz. Here's Dominic rolling up the Miz. 2, 3. Dominic pins the Miz. Dominic pins The Miz. Thanks to Ray tripping over The Miz. Corey said, what we just witnessed was a travesty. Oh, Dominic. That's a great way of dispelling the Eddie Guerrero connection, isn't it? By getting on the commentary table and giving the shimmy. That was garbage, says BBB Yipsy. I keep thinking that John Morrison pops up and helps Miz fight off the Mysterios because Morrison still has WWE affiliated on his Twitter despite being active. Miz rolls out the ring. You've got one first shot. That's what she says. I want to see the word Via on the Titantron. Hear some music, see some cool lighting. Then it's coming to Raw. That would be brilliant. Like you could do some really really good. Imagine, right? All of a sudden, like there's like a little lull and it goes quiet. Everyone's sitting around going, "Why is it so quiet?" Out come all these Indian performers with the drums on the screen. You get the word Via, and they're there in the entranceway playing all the traditional drums. You've got like traditional dance going on as well. The drum and everything going on. That's going to be amazing. Is coming. Via is coming. And then they wave, all the drummers wave, and they go again. That would be that would be great. Huh, that would be great. Why is her hair looking so disheveled? Her hair doesn't... Has she changed her hairstyle? Or is it just a bit wet? Belair making a waking away dance. Belair against Nikki ASH. I think she's changed her hair a little bit. I think that's what she's done. Just looks a little different. Did I just hear Via? I wish. Let him in. Shout out to you. What if Via debuts at Elimination Chamber, costs Goldberg the title, and then we get Goldberg versus Via? That wouldn't be the worst, actually. The only thing is, are we bringing him in as a heel or a face? I don't know how he's coming in. He's got to be a face because people are going to want to cheer him. When Veer comes out, we ain't going to just start booing him. I mean, everyone's so excited. So in my mind, he's a face. He's got to be a face. People are going to cheer him. Him against Goldberg, I don't mind because that would be a big win for him. He'd have to win that. Of course, he would have to win it. But Veer against Goldberg, I wouldn't mind that match. I don't know if Veer's good enough, though, to carry that match because Goldberg ain't going to carry that match. As we saw against Undertaker. You know, Goldberg needs to go up against someone that can do the most of the match for him. I don't know if Veer is that person, but I don't hate Veer against Goldberg at all because I think that would be a good big win for him. Credible. I suppose Goldberg does serve a purpose for that, actually. I'm over, Goldberg. I just don't have any interest in seeing him at all. But him against Veer, I would be down for that. I don't need Goldberg around Roman. I don't need Goldberg near titles. But, you know, Goldberg against Austin Theory. Goldberg against Veer. Goldberg against Damian Priest. I don't mind them. I don't mind them matches at all. As long as the right people win, and those right people are not called Goldberg. Good news, I took more pain meds. That is good news. That is good news. That's not new hair, it's just not pinned back. Oh. Just looks different. I don't know why. I'm a guy. I don't know why, do I? I don't have the ability to look at things like that and know exactly what's changed. People should just be amazed that I've noticed at all. What did you think of my art of Nikki Bella? I hope she sees it. Yeah, look good, dude. Look good. She might not. I mean, superstars, wrestlers see all like stuff all the time, don't they? I mean, the amount of stuff they get tagged in. So I don't think you can really do that stuff hoping that the wrestlers will. Well, I suppose you can hope that they will see it, but you don't. It's hard, isn't it? It's hard to know if they will. Just because they get tagged into so much. I'm just looking at the Winter Olympics right now, seeing what we've actually got. So obviously we're around here for another couple of hours, and then we'll switch over to the Winter Olympics. Tonight we do have United States against Canada in the ice hockey, women's ice hockey. So we've got that. Of course, we've got that massive Great Britain-Sweden curling game as well. There's a little bit of snowboarding, alpine skiing, freestyle skiing, big air, bit of luge as well. A little bit of luge. Snowboarding medals. Biathlon. So, yeah, we've got quite a few things to look forward to tonight, so that'll be good. Right, almost a superhero, Nikki ASH. I'm kind of into her. I'm into the idea of this superhero that's actually a super villain and she doesn't know it. We've got lots of question marks over the face of that other person. Right, we've got Bianca. Is that a new style, or is it a case that for some reason she just didn't have time to get ready or something? It doesn't look as tight or as tidy as usual, does it? But then maybe it's meant to be that way, I don't know. I don't like it as much. I don't like it. I prefer how she normally looks. How hasn't seen her follow me? It took 5 months to follow me. I find her interesting now, says Shola. I'm new to the videos, loving the content and live streams. Grant, hello. Shout out to you, my friends. Hope you are well. Just enjoying this week's Raw as Nikki ASH is throwing in some strikes. I really do like what she's doing. As we said, she's kind of that superhero that is really a super villain. The idea of the crowd booing her and she doesn't hear that, I think, is very intriguing. Single leg Boston. Single leg Boston crab. Nikki looking out at the crowd as Bianca is down tonight. We've got Lita. Hall of Famer will be on the show. We're about half the way through the show at the moment. We're almost going to get to the halftime scores. So halftime scores coming up very, very soon. As Bianca is throwing in some kicks to Nikki ASH. Basement drop kick by Nikki. Nikki going against the ropes. Jumps into the arms of Bianca. Bianca with a fall-away slam. So Bianca with fall-away and looking kind of good. She's struggling with her knee at the moment. Kip up by Bianca, but she stumbles a little bit. She picks up Nikki, slams Nikki down. Picking her up for a second time, slams her a second time. Bianca in control, still selling the knee injury, going for a third. Nikki pushes Bianca into the corner. Back elbow by Bianca. Bianca up top, jumps over the top of Nikki, roll through. Yeah, looking for a suplex. Good. Rolls over, still keeping a hold of Nikki. Trying to pick her up. She does get her up. She's got Nikki up in the air and lovely. Great show of strength there by Bianca. 1, 2, kick up. We've also got Riddle Seth. That's true. Yes, that's true. Could you see at Mania Mighty Molly versus Nikki? I wouldn't mind that. I think if it had a good little build, you could maybe do it. But to be honest, I don't. Because they don't tend to do... Like, the only women's matches they tend to put on tend to be for the titles. I'm trying to think, like, if there's... Can you think of a women's match recently that wasn't for a title at Mania? I mean, I can think of Ronda's debut, but that was like a mixed tag. Maybe Liv did something on a pre-show. Maybe they could do it on a pre-show. Maybe Nikki against Mighty Molly on the pre-show. I could see them doing that. But I don't know that I could see it on the actual broadcast, on the actual show. But I'll be down for it. Her hair is different styled. She has done it before. Oh, I don't like it. I mean, I don't think she does it to please me. Which she should, in all fairness. But I just think it looks tighter. And it looks, like, sharper and better. This looks disheveled. I'm going to use the word disheveled. Dun 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 dun. I never needed you at all. Bianca wins. Right, we're backstage with R-Truth, Tamina, Tozawa. I think they're chasing after Reggie and Dana. Thank you for everything you do for me. And for being such a nice guy. Oh, she gives him a little kiss.
Okay, Dana, can I ask you something? You said all of these sweet things about me. That I'm a nice guy.
Yeah.
You appreciate me.
Yeah.
And then you kiss me on the cheek.
Yeah.
I guess I'm just trying to figure out what does all this mean.
What does this mean? It means we're friends. Like, really good friends. And I hope that never changes. Oh, there's a moment. Okay, I'm into this. I'm into this. I like Dana. I really like Dana. If they're actually going to make this into a will they, won't they kind of get together kind of thing, it just adds a wrinkle to this. Do you know what I mean? Just adds a little intrigue. I'd much rather see something other than just these lot just chasing after them week after week after week after week after week after week after week. If there's going to be a will they, won't they, or who knows, guys? It might lead to another sex celebration. So, I thought WWE was PG, but that wasn't PG. Anyone else think that it felt like an Elmo segment, though? I don't know about you, but I just felt like I was watching Sesame Street, where Reggie was like, you're saying all these nice things about me and you've kissed me, but what does that mean? It means we're friends, Reggie. Oh. And I hope that never changes. I expected them to turn to the camera and go, friends. 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 Like, it felt like it was going to go that way. I thought I was watching Sesame Street. I was like, I thought, like, Cookie Monster was going to pop up in the background or something. Either way, it's still better than what we normally get. Right, we have got... Tori said, more than friends from what I see. Wow. KO versus Austin Theory. Cue the Friends theme. Da 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 da. So no one told you it was gonna be this way. Yes, Austin, yes. Yes. See, that, I don't mind. I really don't mind that segment because that, to me, is like, you know, that's what that 24/7 title should be. If it's not going to be the hardcore title that we all thought it was going to be at the start, certainly Mick Foley thought it was going to be when he debuted the belt and talked about the history of hardcore wrestling and then introduced the 24/7 title. If it's not going to be that, then I think it needs to be like the entertainment, you know, the E in WWE. It needs to be the entertainment side. And honestly, just watching R-Truth and Tozawa and Tamina chasing Dana Brooke around is so boring. It is so done and boring. That's why I don't mind this. Watching, you know, somewhat, will they, won't they? Halftime scores, yes. Get in your halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. IT crowd. IT crowd's amazing. Jilly said, Sesame Street went woke. It had to be 2 girls or boys as special friends. Our poor kids are screwed. Halftime scores 5.5, says Austin. Brandon with a 9.7. Bonkers with a 4. Isn't Dana married to an MMA guy? I don't know, to be honest. I heard, I mean, there was rumors about her and Batista a few years ago, but I don't know what she does now. Like, relationship-wise. Dana Brooke. How old is she? 33. 33. Personal life. She was in a relationship with a bodybuilder until he died in 2017. She's now in a relationship with Ulysses Diaz, the boxer. In July of 2021, she got engaged. She got engaged to Ulysses Diaz. Wow. Wow. I didn't know this. That's her partner. I mean, he could be in WWE. He's a boxer. They look like a proper glamour couple, don't they? I'm surprised Vince hasn't made a move. With looking to bring him in. Wonder if he will once his boxing kind of finishes or whatever. Right, here's Austin Theory. I'm just looking at pictures of Dana Brooke's fiance now. He's got a great look, you know. He's got a great look. Look at that. I mean, like, he could be in WWE. He's got a really good look. Days, that info is wrong. I'm engaged to her, says Sam. Well, you might want to tell Diaz, because I think he's under the impression he's engaged to her. How about you and him have a fight, and whoever wins gets Dana Brooke? I think that's the fairest way forward, to be honest. Here's Austin Theory then. Austin Theory is taking some selfies. We're about to get underway. Kevin Owens wants to win this. Get himself into the Elimination Chamber. Days is getting a hitman on him. A hitman on him? No, I'm pleased for it. I like Dana Brooke. I don't like Dana Brooke in that way. I just like her. It is possible to like girls, guys, and not have crushes on them. I'm going to fight in boxer versus boxer, says Edwards. Elaine Gu just went in the women's big air. She got a score of 88.5 in the second place. 1 run left. Oh, is it the final? Is it the final, Lauren? That's interesting. Thank you. I am interested in her. She is expected to get medals, so she's second with 1 run left. We're missing out on all this interesting... yeah, the final run, the women's free ski final run is for the medal. Oh, wow. At the moment, the British girl is third. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I'm going to have that on in the background. Right, Austin Theory in control against Kevin Owens right now. We've also got the face of the Winter Olympics, a girl that was born in America that now represents China because her mother is Chinese. She is the face of the games. 18, model. I don't know what else she does. She's very clever as well. Austin, you don't know what I'm capable of. Yeah, Austin. Shut up. Reggie is not a good guy for a female to have a relationship. First with Carmella, then Nia Jax, now Dana Brooke. Yeah, that is true. Diaz is only 180, says BBB Yipsy. Oh, too small. Too small for Vince. Austin Theory. Austin Theory goes down as we are surely about to go to commercial. Kevin Owens throws Austin Theory in the ring. That was good, actually. That was really good. Do you know what? They've just done something completely by accident that I think is really good. They've just done something completely by accident that I'm not sure too many people are going to talk about that I think is actually different and really, really good. What they've just done is like how there's an attack on the outside and then you go to commercial break. What they've just done is they've just done an attack on the outside, and normally what you would get is you would get Kevin Owens like screaming like, ah! And then you go to commercial, right? So you actually go to commercial just after an attack, if you will. So something happens and then you go to commercial. What they've just done, and it's completely by mistake, what they've just done is they've just had the attack. Kevin Owens has gone, ah! He's then grabbed Austin Theory and thrown him back into the ring. So actually, we've gone to commercial as the action is about to get back underway. They don't normally do that. They normally do it where on the outside, you get the scream and you go straight to commercial. You don't see them grabbing the person and carrying on with the match. But that is exactly what Kevin Owens has just done. He's on the outside. He's just attacked Austin Theory. He's done the scream. He's then grabbed him and chucked him back in the ring. And we've seen this. And so we've gone to commercial with me like, hang on, what's happening? They've just got back in the ring. Like, action is happening right now. Something is happening right now. And I am missing it. And I actually find that, I mean, I will eventually, if they keep doing it, get desensitized to that. But right now, I am like a bit more intrigued. Like, it feels like the match is carrying on. You know how we've said that when it goes to commercial break, matches just die a death. Like on AEW, they just don't do anything. On AEW, they tend to just stand around. I would imagine are pretty similar with WWE. I'd imagine if you was actually there live when it's a commercial break, I'd imagine it probably slows as well. But there, I mean, he just grabbed him and chucked him back in the ring, and it felt like Owens had some intensity. It felt like he wanted to capitalize. It felt like he wanted to get the match moving and, make the most of the opportunity. So he's just grabbed him, chucked him back in the ring, gone straight back into the ring, and then we've gone to commercial. And it's like, oh my God, what's happening? What's happening? Like, we could go back and that match could be over. He might have chucked him in and pinned him. It's really weird because the way they do it, which is like a big moment and then they scream on the outside, you've actually seen the main thing. You've seen the moment. Like, they actually leave you at a bad time. It's good to leave you where they've just left you, and it's like, oh my god, he's chucked him back in the ring. Like, he could be pinning him now. He's just beat him up on the outside. He's grabbed him, chucked him back in. It could be 1, 2, 3. It could be over. I mean, it ain't gonna be. But I really like that. I really like that. I wish they would do that more. What it makes me think is they cut it off at the wrong time. They cut it off at the wrong time. And actually, they're still in there. And in goes Owens. Cannonball on the way. Straight into Austin Theory. Kevin Owens still very much in control. As Theory flops outside the ring. Owens going over. I tell you, I'm really impressed with Owens' performance here. Owens is a great wrestler anyway, but I'm really impressed with what I'm seeing because it's just non-stop action at the moment. Again, getting Theory, throwing him into the ring. Going for the big splash. On the outside, Owens a little bit out of breath. I think that Elaine Gu might be in bronze, is she now? She's in bronze. So the British woman has slipped to 5th. So the British woman needs a big moment here. There is a Canadian in 4th. The American is 11th. Shoulder up by Kevin Owens. Liv Morgan against Doudrop tonight. So there's 12 women to go. If you are into the Winter Olympics, there's a big air final round for a medal. GB in the contention. Canada in contention. The face of the games in contention. Austin Theory's got Kevin Owens in the corner. Syndicate said they owe Bianca for doing that BS to Becky at SummerSlam. She's the only legit white hot face in the women's division right now. I think she'll win it. Becky versus Bayley was planned to happen at WrestleMania 37, which would have been non-title. Becky was supposed to return in March. Oh, that's interesting. I was going to give up all my bad habits New Year, but then I remembered that no one likes a quitter, said Coach Co. Oh, down, knees up. Knees up by Austin Theory. United States is at picture-in-picture, are you? Super kick. Against the ropes goes Austin Theory. Stunner. Stunner by Kevin Owens. That's got to be it. 1, 2, 3. And he's won it as well. He's won it. Very, very... it's a good performance, man. I really like that performance from Kevin Owens. I like that match. I like that match against Austin Theory. And I like the AJ win earlier. Theory is defeated. This means that Owens can now go and make an argument that he should be in Elimination Chamber. We're backstage with RK Bro. That's a very unforgiving structure. If you win the WWE Championship, you will main event WrestleMania. But you've got to put that aside. You've got to focus on tonight. Okay. Tonight, focus on Rollins. Hey, Randy.
All you really have to do is win the Elimination Chamber, and then after you win that tag team championship, I'll be a double champion, and you'll be the tag team champion. How sweet would that be? And hey, remember, this was the quiz bowl tonight. There's a little arcade broga party next week. Should be pretty sweet, kind of like Animal House.
He said he's going to throw an RK Bro party next week. Randy said, how about you just focus on tonight? So he's telling him to focus on tonight. Did he say an RK Broga party, as in like a toga party? Here's Lita. Who is the mystery competitor? Is it revealed, the one in Elimination Chamber? No. Here's Lita. Lita! Okay, Lita making her way down. We've got an hour and 10 minutes to go of Raw. We're going to hear it from her. I guess the first hour is just get boring stuff out of the way, because everything right now is very good. Yes, we've got WWE celebrating Black History Month. Okay. Jackie Joyner Kershey. Jackie Joyner Kershey is the person that Bianca met at the Jackie Joyner Kersey Center. Famous Olympian for the US. I must admit, I've never heard of her. But I'm not American. Right, we are still working our way through the freestyle. It's we are in the third run. So the Canadian finishes with 1-4-7. So unfortunately, it's not going to be for the Canadian. We are going to commercial break. Is this the... No, this is the finish. Carava. I don't think she's going to be getting a medal, but... Lita isn't like Goldberg. Do you think Everton beat Newcastle at their place? I think it's going to be a good game. Obviously, they've got Lampard and Donny, and they've got a few new additions, so be interesting to see. Oh, she loves that. The girl from Finland loves that. JJK is a legend in the US, says Stone 9540. That's cool. It's good. Nice picture of her with Bianca. A day's Amos Lashley, Hell in a Cell at WrestleMania. Burnt Fiend reunite with Amos. Amos versus Lashley, Hell in a Cell at WrestleMania. Burnt Fiend reunite with Amos. I don't know what you mean. Are you saying Fiend will come back at WrestleMania? I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's nothing to suggest that's going to happen. I think that I think he's done with WWE. I think that he's more than likely going to go to AEW. Number 6 is this Switzerland. Everton versus Boreham Wood on March 2nd. I'm a simp for Lita and Liv Morgan. I've never heard of her, says Tori. I've never heard of JJK either, says Austin. Well, she's probably like, I don't know. I mean, like, she was a runner from back in the day, so I think if you was probably, watching Olympics back then. or into athletics. Bianca versus Ronda. Oh, I'm sure we will get that at some point, yes. Who will be the big AEW surprise? I don't know. I mean, it's going to be a great show, though, isn't it? It's going to be a very interesting show. Is it going to be Keith Lee? I just hope it doesn't get spoiled. Can you imagine if we find out on the day who it is? That will suck. That will suck. I don't want to know. I don't want to know who it is. I don't want people finding out. I just want to watch and find out the same as everyone else. Is it going to be Keith? Is it going to be Jeff? Is it going to be Wyndham? Is it going to be Carrion? Who's it going to be? Who do you think will win the women's and the men's elimination chamber? Bianca, and I'm hoping Bobby, to be honest. I'd like for him to retain. I'd like for him to feel like the rightful champion. Alvarez or Meltzer won't spoil something for AEW, says Austin. AEW doesn't need more wrestlers. They need better booking. The MJF Punk match was a snore fest, and the TV rating proved it. Oh, I didn't see the TV rating. Here he is. Here he is. The patient predator. Soon. Yay! Via Mahan is coming! Via. Amazing. Via is coming. Why does he have a deer head? Because he's called Via. Rhymes with deer. If he was called Velephant, guess what he would have on the wall? He's coming, yeah! The surprise is the best part of the debut. I really hope it'll be Keith Lee, says Lee. Fear the Via. Master Chief said Veer is a jobber. He's king of the jobbers. King of the jobbers. So, Lynch, Lita, coming up. I think it'd be hilarious if Veer gets released. Oh my god, imagine if they release Veer before he actually arrives. It'd be a riot. It'd be a full-blown flipping riot. The Norwegian girl is 7th. I think it's Britain. Great Britain are about to go down. If you are British. Kirsty Muir, age 17. She had a first run of 90.25. Go on, girl. Go big. Go big. 17-year-old Great Britain. Go on, girl. Falls. Damn it. She went big. She tried. Ronda Rousey. Bianca Belair. Are we just naming wrestlers? There's a woman that's she's building glass ceilings just to smash them down. Becky Lynch. This feels, it's great to see Lita on the show. She is a legend. Here's Big Time Bex. Here's the Beckosaurus Rex. Big Time Bex. How many monitors go in to watch all this stuff? Oh, there's just so much, isn't there? So much. I want to see. This goo. This amazing face of the games. It's Megan Oldham of Canada. That's good. Lita is a good promo, says Nando. They're hyping the surprise so big. What if it is Samoa Joe? Could be Samoa Joe. Is Joe bigger than Keith Lee? I don't know. Lita chants. Becky in the ring with the belt over her shoulder. You issued me a challenge, and initially I said no. You showed me what was possible for a woman to do. Mm-hmm. You believed in me. You supported me. And I'm grateful. I would go as far as to say that without Lita, there would be no Becky Lynch. Right, here's the Elaine Goo. Oh, this has changed. Do you know how hurtful it is to have the one person you looked up to try to take everything from you? Okay, this is good. She's giving us a bit of something here, Becky. Days Veer is a dirty boy. Becky is starting to look a bit anorexic. I'm in the prime of my career, says Becky. I've got no problem putting you down. Lita said you're speaking the truth. She said, I've got no problem being the underdog. Wow. Wow, what she's just done is amazing in the ice, in the big air. That is amazing. They could have Veer end the Undertaker WrestleMania streak. That would be huge. I'm okay with my odds. So she said she's okay being the underdog. Okay. Lita looks like Steven Tyler. Is the WWE formula to put over champions, to put them against legends now? Lita grabs Becky. Becky with a strike to Lita. Lita goes down. She is unloading, firing in lots of kicks. She holds up the Raw Championship. Becky coming in, grabbing Lita. Back elbows by Lita. Plants down Becky. This is elder abuse, says Vanilla Tornado. Well, Lita's getting her own back. Moonsault, and she crashes on top of Becky. There we go. Well, I thought it was okay. Becky just doesn't seem believable as a heel, says Slim Jim. Great moonsault. Yeah, that was good. Can I just tell you that it is just what is going on in the Winter Olympics right now is stunning. What the face of the games, the woman that is the poster girl for the Winter Olympics has just done an incredible jump. And she's in gold position now. The Olympics are the best, man. Here's Kevin Owens. Owens has come in. So I beat Austin Theory. That means I'm in the chamber, yeah? No. The qualifying matches last week were final. I'm nothing but genuine and honest. You're going to deprive the WWE Universe? Yes. You're going to deprive the WWE Universe? Yes. You can't do this. You can't take this away from the people of Texas. You're going to get a riot. He said, that's how I feel about Texas. He keeps going on about Texas. Until the Olympics start paying people, I'm not going to watch. It's my personal boycott. The way fans treat people doing that for free is sad. I don't know what they get paid, to be honest. He keeps going on about Texas. I have to be at WrestleMania. I'm not lying. Think about the people of Texas. The people of Texas are going to love him for this. If I was from Texas, I would love him. Right, Liv. Making her way down. Wow. The face of the games just got gold. Liv Morgan. I can't remember. Who's she facing? History has been made again at the 2022 Winter Olympics. It's amazing, isn't it? Apparently this girl she's like got 12 million in the bank, and like she can get like $1 million to get someone sponsor her. The girl that was leading is down and she's in tears. Oh, there's scenes, man. The real scenes. I may not speak on behalf of us Texans, but I, for one, want Kevin Owens to come to Texas. Liv is here. Her music sucks. Texas, Canada, same thing. Is it Doudrop she's facing? She's facing Doudrop. Goo bribes her way to gold. Such a beautiful achievement. Dude, that was amazing. What she did was amazing. I mean, I wanted the British girl to do well, of course. I wanted the Canadians. I tend to want Canadian, USA, and Britain. That's what I tend to watch and support. So I wanted them. I didn't want her to get gold, but that last jump she did whilst Lita was talking was stunning. So, Wendy Chu, I bet, will be main roster by the end of the year. Right, let's get rid of that because it is proving a distraction. Winter Olympics good though. If you are a fan of the Winter Olympics, join us after Raw. We will be watching that over on the Football Days channel. Do you want to hear a construction joke? Sorry, I'm still working on it. AEW fan said Kevin Owens is a hero of Texas. Who won the gold? It was that Elaine Gu, however you pronounce the name. If you don't know anything about her, she was American. Her mom is Chinese. She represented America and then changed to China. So there's quite a few people that feel cheated. There's quite a few Americans that feel that she abandoned them. But she is an incredible talent, and she is someone that is going to be a massive world star. I mean, she already is a world star, but I must admit I'd never heard of her before these games. There's a picture of her on I think that's from the Red Bull website. So she represents China now because her mom's Chinese, and she is on all the posters for the games, and she has just took gold in the women's big air. And I think she's got a few other events coming up as well, so she's expected to get quite a few medals. So fair play. They're going to have Liv lose. Wolf said America is owned by China. Oh, did they buy America? You can watch Winter Olympics in VR. Is that true? You can watch them in VR. Is that true? I would love that. Imagine Olympics in VR. I hope you're not. I've got a VR headset. I've got one of the first Oculus. Well, not one of the first, but I've got the first Oculus. I'm just looking now. Winter Olympics VR. How to watch the 2022 Winter Olympics in VR. On Quest have launched an NBC VR app, which includes 180-degree videos. Oh my God, that's amazing. I think there are only certain videos. It's not the whole thing, but if you've never tried a VR headset, you've got to try it. I'm amazed that wrestling hasn't gone more into it. They did try it a good few years ago. They tried doing some VR stuff, and I don't think it was all that successful, but there's a lot more headsets around now, to be honest. So I think it would be more successful now. But, God, if you get a chance to do it, it's so impressive. So, yeah, I think they're putting up some videos and whatnot that you can watch, and there is like a little room that you can go into on the headset. So it looks like that. Looks like you're in like a little like a big living room, and it's got a TV in front of you and everything. I might give that a go at some point. Okay, so we're just hearing from Liv. She says she's got an opportunity. Watch me. In the Elimination Chamber, and she's going to win it. Here's Doudrop. I'm so happy Liv brought this gear back. Alexa versus Wendy Chu. Via is the surprise. He said that he's coming soon, but he didn't say where. Can I name my city's song for Wrestling Day stream song of the year? Sure. Here's Doudrop. Nice doesn't make it here, so I had to get nasty. Right. They're afraid of me. I can splatter everyone on the roster, including Liv Morgan. Here we go then. Liv against Doudrop. It is better at seeing Liv in a bit of colour, actually. I prefer this. I agree. This is better ring gear than just the black stuff she wears. Liv goes down. What if Linda is the surprise? Oh, God. Dream. That'd be my dream. Liv promos remind. So Liv slammed back into the corner. She was just on the back of Doudrop. Doudrop charging over. Liv moves out the way. Liv, back elbow. Again, charging in. Another back elbow. Doudrop, crossbody. Big crossbody by Doudrop. And we go to commercial break. So, how long have we got? Oh, we've only got 45 minutes left to go. I must say, that's actually gone relatively quickly. I'm quite surprised there's only 45 minutes left to go. The Becky Lita segment was pretty great, but is it as good as Texas? This is a rematch from last week's main event, says Anthony. They've turned Doudrop heel again fast because she has more to prove as a heel, says Channel Name. The surprise could be Asuka or Lacey. Jeremy said Liv is dead. I think I'm going to look up Simp now because I'm confused. Simp is someone that idolizes someone. I don't know how you would define it, actually. I don't think... Do you have to find them attractive to be a simp? That's an interesting thought. I've never thought about that. If you simp for someone, do you have to find them attractive? I don't know. It won't happen, but can you imagine the moment if Shane showed up and signed? What, for AEW? That would be wild. Men's G Super Final is on now, says Lauren. How can we help your situation, Sonny? Where's Sonny? Where is Sonny? Sonny, I hope you're well. Simping for Zendaya, says John. You simp for Adam Cole, don't you, mate? We are just at commercial. Do we think Alexa is making progress? Yes, she is. She is. I saw it. I saw the progress. She's making progress. He said, give me the doll. And she gave him the doll, and then she started crying. So that is a sure sign of acceptance. That is a sign of loss. It is a sign of mourning. It is a sign that she is letting go of Lily. It's good. It was the best one so far. I simp for Britt Baker. I do not simp Adam Cole. I am just a fan, says John D'Auria, the Adam Cole simp. John is an Undisputed Era simp. He's an Adam Cole simp. He's a Tony Khan simp. They asked me to look for apartments 800 below. Most is 1,000. I don't want to become homeless. They'll work it, but I'm sure. They ain't gonna say, oh no, there's nothing we can do. Like, I think they have a degree of responsibility to help you, so they'll work something out. I swear the word simp summons John. A definition of the word simp is a silly or foolish person. Dewdrop with a pin on Alexa. Liv Morgan against Dewdrop is what we're watching right now. Do you and Glenda made it to therapy? I don't think they do. Underwater therapy. We don't talk about Glenda. John said it does need to be asked why. Why is Peter Pan always flying? Is that the question? Why is Peter Pan always flying? Because he never lands. Brackets, I love this joke because it never grows old. You're firing in now, Coach Co, like machine gun fire jokes. Now you're just getting in jokes like quick fire within the same message. Liv with a missile drop kick to Dewdrop. Dewdrop goes down. Would Ember and Tony put AEW's women's division over the top? No. What do you mean? Would they help the division? Yes. Would they make it better than WWE's? I mean, maybe it's unfair to compare it to like Raw and SmackDown. But they would definitely help. But they wouldn't be a match for like Sasha, Bayley, Asuka, Charlotte, Rhea, Bianca, Liv. Going for the cover. 1, 2. Shoulder up by Dewdrop. Liv looking out at the crowd. Liv goes over and is picked up. Oh, planted face first. Dewdrop 1, 2. Shoulder up, kick out by Liv. That was big. Do you think Kaylee Ray will lose and get called up? I don't know. Well, we might need her in all fairness. I mean, they struggled with filling the Rumble, didn't they? That's bring in like loads of legends and so maybe they want to add. But in all fairness, I don't know. I kind of feel like they've got enough women for what they use. Unless they're going to give more women, do more women matches. Big splash by Dewdrop. I would think they would call up Raquel Gonzalez first. But maybe they bring up Kaylee Ray as well. EO as well. Surely, like, EO's got... I mean, EO... What else can EO achieve? EO's been there forever. Raquel, I think, is... You know, she's had her run with the belt. I think she's ready. Dewdrop wins. Austin says, ha 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 ha. Liv lost. Here we go. Earlier tonight, she gave the teddy bear back. Here's your teddy bear. Then she cried. We celebrated. Up next, Alexa's journey continues. Come on! Liv beat Doudrop on main event last week. This is 50-50 booking, says Eric. Unless they're ready to bring Mandy up to the big leagues. I personally think the surprise for the Women's Elimination Chamber will be Texas, says Harley. Stuttering Steve says, poor Liv. Justin said she's crying. That's all these women do. Fair win, not a bad match. EO Raquel agrees, says Salvador. CM316 said Liv loses, ha ha. Cosmo said that's tough for the Liv fans. Eric said Liv Morgan's getting released. Julie said Liv has Q McMahon's music, no chance in hell. Why did we all go in so hard on Liv? I don't understand. Liv lost, lol. Why is it when, are Liv fans really annoying on Twitter or something? Like, why does everyone go in so hard on Liv? All I'm seeing is Liv lost, ha ha ha. Justin, Liv the loser, ha 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 ha. What's going on? I thought Liv had a decent match against Becky. I thought that match was okay. What is it? Who is it? Liv fans are pretty annoying. Okay. They felt like it was something like that. They must be like really vocal on Twitter or something. Crybaby alert, says Justin. What if Lita becomes a new champion? I don't think they would have Lita beat Becky, but Liv the loser Morgan, Crybaby Liv LMAO. Maybe Alexa will take over Liv's brain and make her a replacement Lily. Lively. She's going to be Lively. Dave said Goldberg is difficult to work with. He has full control of his finishes. Liv can go to AEW, said Eric. Mark said, I'm not a Liv stan, but the Liv hate is a bit much. Is Hogan out there? You did say Crybaby. Liv needs to turn heel, says channel name. Legend Killer said we need Austin 316 versus Aaliyah 317. Jilly said, we're all Liv simps. I ain't bothered if you like Liv or don't like Liv. Doesn't make a difference to me. So we won't be watching Liv much longer. I just find it funny. I can't think of another superstar that everyone goes in so hard on. Like when someone loses, I can't remember. Like all the ha ha, they've lost ha 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 kind of comments. It just made me smile. Liv beat Doudrop last week. Do you see Owens attacking Seth in the main event? No. I don't think so. I think it's a bit early. Here we go. Going back. There's Alexa. Big smile on her face. When you handed me last week. You're making progress. Why is he saying a week? It's been a week. It was earlier in the show.
I was driving down the freeway the other day, and this car cut me off, almost hit me. I thought I was going to have a really bad day after that. You know what I did? Took a deep breath.
Took a deep breath. Control my anger. And went on about my day.
I went to the mall. And as I was pulling into the parking lot, this car cuts me off and takes my parking spot. I got out of my car
Took a deep breath.
Controlled my anger.
Controlled her anger.
Without any problem spot.
Excellent.
Excellent.
Dare I say, progress.
And then, I was at the grocery store, standing in a 30-minute checkout line, real long line, finally my turn to check out, and this evil...
This is more like the mean girl Alexa, innit?
starts paying for the groceries.
Can you describe what this evil creature looked like?
Oh, sure. Yeah, she had like this rainbow hair, these big old eyes, kind of like buttons. She had this really deep red
Ah.
like blood and smeared all over her face. And then her teeth, oh my god, her teeth. Her teeth, they almost looked like little skulls.
She saw Lily.
Did that make you angry?
Well, I threw her down aisle 3 and whacked her with a loaf of bread. But, you know what I did after that? I took a deep breath, controlled my anger,
Yeah.
and left the store.
Okay, so she thought she saw Lily.
Okay. I think we still have some more work.
Oh my god. We've still got more work to do. Oh god. More work to be done. No wonder they've started putting 2 of these on a show. I reckon they've looked at them, watched them, and they've gone, we can't stretch this out over 9 weeks. They must have been due to be played every week because he was just going on about last week. You gave me that thing, and that was earlier in this show. I reckon they've made them, and I reckon they're meant to be one a show. And I reckon they've looked at it and gone, we can't just play this every week. Yeah, we can't spend 9 weeks putting this on TV. We're not getting anywhere. I feel like progress has been made. I feel like there's a little bit of a step forwards. But as he said, there's a bit more progress to be done. I can see that the Goddess Alexa is coming back. Finally, Goddess Alexa is coming back. Liv and Alexa stands are the most vocal, but if you mention Sasha, you'll have a mob after you. Right, we have got Seth. It's too much to try and watch these segments. Alexa beat an old lady with a stick of bread. That is true, actually, Sam, yeah. There was someone in a queue, and it looked like Lily. And she attacked what she thought was Lily, but in actual fact, she would have been attacking, unless it was a complete figment of her imagination. She probably did beat up an old woman. So that is breaking news, actually. I think Alexa did actually beat up an old woman. And in all fairness, that's probably the most engaging thing she's done in 2 years. Seth Rollins making his way down. What if the end is that she returns the same? Well, you'd just have to laugh, wouldn't you? Seth Rollins versus Riddle. Alex Bliss Gamer said that segment was awesome. Primo said, Days, I'm honestly at the point of losing faith in Liv. She feels like someone WWE doesn't mind eating the pin and putting other women over. Yeah, I don't think they do mind that. And actually, this side of WrestleMania, I can't see her getting anywhere, to be honest. The story will be Alexa returns as Via. Ashley said those Alexa Bliss segments are... Well, the only advantage is they're giving us 2 a week. So that means that we'll get through them relatively quickly. We do have UFC, I think, is it this weekend? UFC 271. So UFC 271 on the way. Massive show this weekend. Absolutely huge. Don't forget as well. Oh, God, there's so much going on. We've got Winter Olympics straight after this. We've got the Wrestling Escape Pod tomorrow, just before NXT. So we've got Wrestling Escape Pod. We've got NXT tomorrow. We will be live for AEW as well to find out who that mystery person is. We do have Winter Olympics every night. There is football that's happening as well. So much going on. They should just play them all in one night and be done with it, says LB. Imagine going up aisle 3 and seeing Alexa swinging a piece of bread through the air at nothing. Even better if there was an old woman cowering just like this, just throwing her pension at Alexa. Oh, someone get her away from me. And Alexa's like, die! Die! She's got a baguette in her hands. Die! Like this, the old woman's, oh! Here you go. Take it. I don't have much. Now, why can't we get that instead? Why can't I actually see that instead? I want to see Alexa at the supermarket doing that. I don't want to hear about it. Even I'd be an Alexa stan then. Is this the last match? I don't know, to be honest. I don't think they've announced anything else, so it's got to be around that ballpark. 26 minutes to go. That's what we've got. Let's go, Veer. Do you think the surprise wins the chamber? I think it'll be Bianca. That's what I think. Vibe said Riddle will become new champion, and it will be Riddle versus Randy for the championship at WrestleMania. Liv winning Money in the Bank is a good shout, says Austin. Says Justin to Austin. Will they reveal the mystery tonight or a surprise entrant at Elimination Chamber? I think it'll be a surprise. They've not even hinted at showing who that person is. So, let's start, shall we? It's going to be Paige. It's going to be AJ Lee. It's going to be Stephanie McMahon. Should we start? It just never stops, does it? Who are the surprises at the Rumble? And now we've got past that. Now, who is it going to be on Wednesday? Who is it going to be at Elimination Chamber? I feel like my life is just guessing who surprises are going to be at different wrestling events. That's what my life has become now. It's not about actually having good matches anymore. Now it's about who's going to turn up. Who's going to be surprises at different events. What are these adverts for? What is this? Well, I don't even know what I'm watching. Oh, Resident Alien? What the hell is Resident Alien? Does anyone watch Resident Alien? Does anyone watch Resident Alien? I'm not even talking about here. I just mean in general. Is anyone watching Resident Alien? Brock is on Sci-Fi next week. Brock Lesnar live. Austin said, who's going to be the celebrity guests at WrestleMania? Mitchell said, the surprise women's entrant is going to be Veer. Bucket. After Raw is Resident Alien. Guys, Resident Alien's going to be the surprise at Elimination Chamber. Resident Alien is going to be the person that shows up on Wednesday. Resident Alien is going to be the entrant at the Royal Rumble. RK Broga party next week as well. Resident Alien is funny, says Sean. Okay. It's an alien that's trying to be human. Okay. I watched Resident Alien. It's actually quite good. Okay. I mean, I must admit, the trailer doesn't do it for me. But if it's like a comedy thing, and we're saying it's all right, and then, okay. I hear you. I hear you, chat. I hear you. Bailey had an ACL tear and Asuka had a labrum tear. Both are 9-month recoveries. Bro. The natural bro. Resident Alien is about an alien who crashed and killed the Doctor and is trying to take over the world, but he is in love with a human woman, so he's torn, says Blaze Radio. I've never heard of Resident Alien. I've never even heard of it. Residence. I'm going to Google it. I mean, it's working, isn't it? I've never heard of it until they've switched to sci-fi, and now I've seen 2 adverts for it, and now I'm talking about Resident Alien. 94% on Rotten Tomatoes. 94%? Jeez. Started last year in 2021. It's a science fiction mystery comedy drama. A science fiction mystery. Oh, hello. Little bit of lag. Lag, yeah. People saying a bit of lag. They're not wrong. There was a bit of lag. I'm just going to confirm it by typing it in the chat as well. Lag. There was some lag. I'm also going to type in the chat Resident Alien. Just going to put that in there as well. I knew it. Bring back Hasbulla. Right. We are underway with this match. Seth has got Riddle in. Wow. Buckle bomb into not a buckle, but a barricade. It was a barricade bomb. He just hit him with a barricade bomb. A barricade bomb. Wow. Is this the Raw finish? I think we're about 20 minutes away from the end of Raw, yes. I'm going to type in the chat 20 minutes to go. Resident Alien. Is there an alien emoji? I just want to have I don't know. I'm just thinking if there is. I actually don't know if there is. There is. Good. Okay, I'm gonna do this. Resident Alien. I've done that. That's a thing I've done. Lag equals the stream is in a daze. Very good. Very good, Lee. Who's this spammer wrestling days? Ban him. Alien emojis are around now. God, isn't it weird how advertising works? I've gone from never having heard of Resident Alien to now knowing everything I need to know about Resident Alien, to even typing it in my own chat. Oh, they've got to me. They've got to me. I've told you, you can easily advertise to me. If you tell me that a pen is like the greatest pen in the world, I will want that pen. Or now, I just want to watch Resident Alien because everyone's like, oh, it's actually quite good. And I've read that it's like 90-odd% on Rotten Tomatoes, so now I want to watch Resident Alien. I might skip the Winter Olympics. I might just go straight to Resident Alien. Apparently, it's on Prime, but I think you have to buy like have to pay £1 an episode or something. Do you think I am? Watch now for £1.89. Isn't it just free to watch somewhere though? Buy season 1 for $14.99. Don't want to. Area 51, let's go. Vince's pencil was the greatest pencil ever. That's true. I see a watch-along coming. Beautiful. My guinea pig's name is Dent, says Static Disease. Big Rod said there's a racist poster in the crowd tonight. Is that the emoji one? Because I don't think it's meant to be. I mean, unless someone. Wow. Obviously, we don't want to be going down those roads of having like racist signs explained. But I don't get it. I don't get how that. I don't get it. If you understand it as being a racist sign, drop me a DM and explain it, because I'd be interested to know. Because I have seen that sign, and I mentioned it earlier, and I didn't get it. I thought they were just saying that one emoji was better than the other emoji. Yeah, the emoji one, that's why you knew. Yeah, but I think they might just be saying that one emoji is better than another emoji. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. But I don't know. I don't know that it's racist or has racist intentions. I don't know. It's Pepe the Frog, is it? Yeah, I don't know what that is. What's that? What's the frog? What's the frog symbolize? To be honest, maybe WWE don't know either because it was around at the start of the show. I don't know if it's still around now. I'm confused. There was a sign that had it said this emoji is better than this emoji, and it was a frog and a monkey, and I didn't get it. I was like, it's a weird sign. Sometimes you get random signs. It just looked like a random sign. They're saying the game Frogger is better than Donkey Kong. It's a video game sign. They show up on Botchamania. Right. Yeah, I mean, I didn't get the sign. So they're saying that Frogger is better than Donkey Kong, and they've done it through emojis. Got you. Frog emoji is better than monkey emoji. I mean, look, we can debate this until the cows come home. I have no idea if it is. For me, it's alien emoji. That's the one that wins. I'm all about resident alien emoji. That's what I'm about. Overhead kick by Riddle, and Seth goes down. Does it not feel like Bianca is the baby face WWE wants to force us to like when Liv is the one being held back and plays a good underdog? Maybe. I mean, I would say that Bianca is more athletic. I think that I've seen better Bianca matches than I've seen Liv matches, but then Bianca's maybe had a better spotlight, better opportunity. So yeah, big kick by Riddle. But yeah, I could see why some people might see it that way, but I just prefer Bianca, so I don't quite see it that way. I see it that Bianca's ahead of Liv, and so that's why she's getting pushed. Trouble comes when people start throwing game signs. Owens as Cohen is attacking Riddle. Owens attacking Riddle, and we are going to get Randy coming down, and this will turn probably into a tag match with 14 minutes to go. RKO by Randy. So is this going to be a tag match? We've got Orton and Seth. Have we? We must have. And I know people are going to go, yeah, it's 2020. Orton versus Seth in a feud. Isn't coming to my mind. And why isn't it not coming to my mind? Let me Google it. I'm sure they've had matches, but a feud. Orton versus Seth. 2015. They had a match in 2015 on Raw. There was the cash-in at WrestleMania. Orton versus Seth. Well, there's not loads that are jumping out, in all fairness. Tag match. When the Authority was a thing, says Sam. They had their little authority feud in 2014, 2015. Faced at 31. 31 with the curb stomp. So, I mean, that's really interesting, isn't it? I would be down for seeing that. I mean, Orton is a face at the moment. Seth's a heel. So, you could do like an Orton-Seth program right now. It's not as if we've seen it like, last year, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. Like, you're going back to like 2015 when they were in the authority. It's a lifetime ago. 7 years ago. How dare RKO Owens like that in front of his beloved Texas fans? I'm up for Seth Orton. I'd be down for that. It's a little bit reminiscent of Seth Edge, isn't it? It's like Seth taking on a legend. The last time Goldberg challenged for a title. Never mind, I'm sorry. Austin said, that was 7 years ago. Wow. 7 years ago. Randy versus Seth would be better than Riddle versus Seth. Connor said, I'd love to see Randy Seth again. Seth Orton would be great. Well, they're teasing it a little bit. But, I mean, it's going to be a tag match we get now. I'm guessing. 10 minutes to go. In fact, I'm so confident of it, I'm going to start typing it in. RK Bro versus Seth and KO. Boom. Boncano's 54. Yeah, I think I saw you. I think you put it earlier. Yeah, I think I saw. My favourite superstar is Randy, says Shebang. What pay-per-view mind game would Seth pull on Randy? Don't know. I mean, he went to Edge's house, didn't he? And I didn't really feel like he went far enough. He just sort of went in the house and didn't eat an apple. Terrifying. So, what would he do with Randy Orton? I mean, in all fairness, Randy Orton, I don't think cares about much, does he? Apart from his own family. Could you imagine if he went round to Randy's house? Wow. But he's already done that, so you can't really repeat that. He'd have to mess with his car or something. What else does Randy care about? He cares about Riddle. Depends when you're doing the feud. Adam Pearce has come out. Adam Pearce has come out to make this a tag match. Are you doing WrestleMania? Oh, yeah, we're doing WrestleMania. Absolutely. Rise said, watch there be an overrun. Am I the only one confused with how Seth is happy and just done with Roman, says AEW fan. It is a bit strange, isn't it? It is a bit strange. He manages to beat Roman. So he actually wins the match by DQ. So he beats the current Universal Champion. He then gets brutally beaten down. And, well, that'll do. That's fine. We'll just move on. Seth gets slammed onto the announce table. The announce table doesn't break. Kevin Owens is on the outside, is down. Seth, I think, wanted to tag him in, and Kevin Owens is like, what are you doing? I just got hit with an RKO. Here's Riddle. Comes crashing down onto Seth. 1, 2, kick out. Are you doing Winter Olympics Day 4 after this? Yes. Yes. I mean, we will finish. We'll obviously do the scores. We'll probably finish this about 5 minutes past. I'll probably start it'll take me about 10 minutes to change over. So, yeah, we'll be starting around about 15, maybe 20 past. But it'll take about 10 minutes, 10 to 15 to get going. But we will be doing Winter Olympics Day 4. And We do have a few interesting things to look forward to tonight. I'm looking forward to the curling. Looking forward to USA against Canada in the ice hockey. I'm hoping that'll be competitive. That'll be good if it is. If that game's going to be competitive and spicy. 1, 2. I was told that might be the medal match. Well, it won't be tonight, but it might be a preview of what will be the medal match. So, a show that I would like to be made is called Resident Days. That would be good. That would be good. I could go up against Resident. I could maybe work with Resident Alien. I could guest star on Resident Alien. Double axe handle by Seth. Connor said, since it looks like we're going to be getting Brock versus Roman at Mania, I hope Roman doesn't lose. It would be disappointing to see Brock be the one to beat Reigns. I agree with that. I agree with that. No lag today. You are on pace with us in the US for once, says David. That's interesting. USA Canada hockey tonight should be a banger. Kevin Owens goes from face to heel in one night, says channel name. We've got 6 minutes to go. That's all. Just 6 minutes to go. Slaps coming in by Riddle. Against the ropes. Back elbow. Riddle goes down. Via is going to be the one to beat Roman. The big hockey game starts about 10 after, says Mark. Well, we will get to it. As soon as we're done here, it's going to take me a little bit of time because I have to shut this down, open up the other page, open up the Olympics website, get that on screen, go over to the Football Days account, copy over the chat, drop that into the chat box, get the code, drop that into the settings. Like, just by the time you've, set everything up, it just takes time. So, as soon as we're done here, we will go live as soon as we can over there. So, it'll only be 10, 15 minutes it'd take me to do that. But, yeah, if you want to watch some of that Winter Olympics with us tonight, we will be live for, I think about 5 hours or so tonight with the Winter Olympics. I fully expect to still be live in about 6 hours from now. I reckon that'll probably be when we'll have to call it quits. We'll have to call it quits at about that time because I need to go to sleep to get up to then watch Manchester United and then do the Wrestling Escape Pod and then do NXT and then do the next lot of Winter Olympics. It's a well-organised streaming schedule that I'm operating on. Kevin Owens has got his foot on the side of Riddle, on the head of Riddle. It's RK Bro. It is RK Bro. I don't know why I put RKO Bro. RKO Bro. RKO Bro. Seth in there with Riddle. 4 minutes to go. What about Bron Breakker being the one to beat Roman, says AEW fan. I wouldn't mind it. It's just you're going to have to wait a while because I don't see him coming up until at least the draft later this year. Then he would probably have to win the Rumble. So if you're happy with it being, say, WrestleMania next year, but, WrestleMania next year is apparently planned to be Roman Rock. So it can't be then. So it's going to have to be... Wow, when would you do it? It would have to be after WrestleMania, and it would have to be something like Money in the Bank or SummerSlam, but not this year, next year. That's probably the quickest you could get to it. Big boot by Owens. Knee strike by Riddle. Owens goes down. Seth can bring Cody in on a one-day non-compete appearance to spook Randy, says Modern Mogul. Tag to Randy. Randy with a clothesline. Seth goes down. Against the ropes. Nice, good work there by Randy. Randy. Oh, and again. Great power slams. Dishing them out like candy by Randy. It's Randy Candy. He's going for a draping DDT. I'm just thinking about Randy Candy now. Is that trademarked? Do I want to search Randy Candy? I'm doing it. Randy Candy. Tattoos. There's a tattoo. Wow, if you search Randy Candy. I was not expecting that. If you search Randy Candy, you're not going to believe the image that comes back. That's the image that comes back. That is right there. That is Randy Candy. That man is powered by pizza. Powered by pizza, Mr. Randy Candy. Man changed his name to Randy Pizza Candy. That's the name of the article. Well, Seth going for the pin on Riddle, and he gets it. Randy Pizza Candy, that man is called. Randy Pizza Candy. Randy Candy. Amazing. Austin says sexy. What I don't know is what is on his hand? What is that on his hand? Look at that. I don't know if that's like an actual implant or is that just the way that the tattoo looks? RKO by Randy Candy. Do you think with AEW's rosters getting big, we will get a big deflection in the future? I'm sure we will. So Seth gets the pin, gets the win. Smile on his face, he walks away. Kevin Owens takes the RKO. Bit flat. Pizza Candy. That's pretty pizza. What is that? I don't know. Seth laughing off his buddy getting a second RKO. They're definitely teasing the tension between them, aren't they? So, right, get in your full-time scores. We can't stick around too long tonight because we do have Winter Olympics to jump over to. So, get in your half-time scores. We'll get the... no, not half-time. Full-time. What do you score WWE Raw? That's good, isn't it? What do you score WWE Raw? Do you score it 8 to 10? Do you score it 7 to 7-5? Do you score it 6 to 6-7-5? Or... do you score it 5-7-5 or below? Master Chief said, I'm going to watch Resident Alien. Yeah! I wish I could watch Resident Alien. 5, 6, 7, 5.5, 6, 7, 4.5, 5.5, 4, 5, 6, 5, 5.17, 5.5, 4.5, Awful Show, 3, 8... Ryan Cochrane Sheagle from the US is in second place in the men's Super G 50 years after his mum won gold. That sounds like a put down, doesn't it? Your mum won gold. In the loser Olympics. Very underwhelming, says Rye. 6 says Mark. 675 says Rashawn. Trey says 5.5. Parker says 3. Below. If you know, then you know. 4.27. Raw riddled with rubbish. I like that, riddled. 5.5. Adam said it was alright. It was alright. Commercial free score. 6.3. 8. 6. Rounded it off. 6.3, 6. That's a Vince McMahon joke. Well, I've always dreamed of getting to Vince McMahon levels of humor. So if I finally reached that level, then I feel like I've qualified. I feel like I'm now a doctor of comedy. just like Vince himself. 20 out of 10 because of 2 Alexa Bliss segments. Dave, surely Roman loses the title at SummerSlam this year. Wouldn't you think WWE would do Roman versus Rock to be more for the WWE title since it's been around longer and it's more prestigious? Wouldn't you think WWE would want Roman Rock to be for the WWE title? To be honest, I don't think Roman Rock needs to be for any title. I think you can do that match. That match is, I'm going to say something that's going to upset people, bigger than the belts. Because Roman is the biggest star right now. Rock's one of the biggest stars of all time. They're in a family together, the Anoa'i family, and there's like a ready-made story. It's one of the biggest matches in WrestleMania history. Like, Rock isn't coming back to win the title. If Rock comes back, it's because Roman is disgracing the family name. Like, Rock would come back because he's embarrassed about how Roman is representing the family. So, you don't need any belt, to be honest. I mean, you could maybe make the argument that the title just sweetens the deal, but to be honest, it's not needed at all. You could actually have a WrestleMania where there's a Universal match, a WWE title match, and your main event is Rock versus Roman. Roman wanting to show he's the head of the table. Rock wanting to knock him into check. The interesting thing about that as well is, does it make it a little bit more realistic that Rock could win? Because if it was Rock versus Roman for a title, well, surely Rock ain't winning a belt. Because he ain't sticking around, is he? Unless he's going to, like, forfeit it the next night or just make one more appearance at the next pay-per-view and drop it, then I must admit I'd be more inclined for there to not be any title involved. But if Roman has for somehow managed to keep the belt and he keeps it through to WrestleMania, then adding the title to it ain't going to hurt, is it? Having the title in it. Because I think Roman wins that match anyway. So having the title on the line as well, it doesn't hurt the match. So I would keep. I don't mind Roman. I think Roman keeping the belt till WrestleMania is fine. I think he beats Rock, and then actually you're getting to the point where a Bron Breakker could be realistic. A Gable Steveson could be realistic as being the ones to beat him. So maybe, you know, you look at the roster now and you go, oh, I'm not sure who it should be. But maybe in 12 months' time we'll have a better idea. Maybe Gable Steveson could have a good end to this year and could look like a killer. Maybe Bron Breakker has a good little run with the belt now and gets called up at the end of the year. Maybe both of them go into the Royal Rumble with a bit of momentum, and I don't know, maybe it could look like a different... It could look like a different kind of picture in 12 months' time. So, I don't know. I think there's ways that you can book it. Probably won't go that way, but I don't know that he has to lose it at SummerSlam, but it's an interesting conversation. Right, we've had 180 votes. Rai, shout out to you. Cusman said, I hope The Rock comes back. I think you're going to get it next year. I think you will get it next year. Absolutely. Let's end the poll. We're going to end the poll there. Right, my gut feeling is this was a 6.5. I'll go 6.5. I thought that the start of the show was awful. I really, really didn't rate that quiz bowl. I didn't like Alpha Academy and Street Profits. It felt like when Bobby came out, that was the start of the show. I really liked AJ and Damian Priest. I really liked Kevin Owens, Austin Theory. The Alexa Bliss segments didn't make me want to pull my eyes out, which is a big improvement. Miz TV I thought was okay. Main event just had a bit too much skullduggery in it for me. I could have done without all the, 10-minute tag match being made and all that kind of nonsense. There was a couple of bits like the Doudrop Live match I thought was okay. I mean, it was just all right. There was just a lot of stuff tonight that I thought was all right. This wasn't a bad show. 6.5 for me is about average. It's about kind of where I'd be. And it seems like a lot of other people are kind of in agreement. I mean, 575 or below got 28%. 6 to 675, 27%. 8 to 10, 25. Very close. Out of 187 votes, look how close that is. So, yeah, I'm quite happy with my 6.5. I think that's fair. I actually didn't hate this show. I didn't hate it. I really think AJ Damian Priest was decent. I really think Kevin Owens Austin Theory was decent. So you got 2 good matches there. I thought the Lita thing was a bit Lita Becky was forgettable. And there was quite a lot of that. It wasn't downright bad because it still had some nice moments. There was a nice moonsault that was in there. And I did like Becky getting a little more aggressive, saying, do you know how much it hurts having someone wanting to take from you what you work so hard for, and that person being someone you looked up to your whole life? And, you know, there's some good little lines in there. But overall, it was a bit like throwaway. There wasn't really much that was like, yeah. It's just, yeah. It wasn't bad. But it wasn't amazing. It's just average. So that's why 6.5 feels fair. So, right, we're done. Don't forget, Football Days. Football Days, day 4. We are about to start Winter Olympics right now. If you haven't joined us, feel free to join us. As we said, it'll probably be about 20 past because it'll be about 10 minutes. It's going to take me just to get things set up. But in about 10 minutes' time, we will be live over there for, I think we're going to go straight into USA versus Canada at the women's ice hockey. So that'll be fun. So we'll do that. And then we'll have the curling coming up in a bit as well. That'll be good. Lots of snowboarding, lots of skiing, lots of stuff going on tonight. So awesome. I need to go. Appreciate the support. Thanks a lot for watching. We are back on this channel tomorrow for NXT. The hour before, we're on Wrestling Escape Pods, where hopefully I can find time to get your videos and show them and everything. Obviously, I just don't have as much time at the moment, but I will try to get what I've been sent cobbled together. So, yeah, plenty of streams on the way. Awesome, guys. Have a great evening. Appreciate the support, and hopefully I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.